Same mistake again. Oh no, wait, I haven't. It's working. Hi everyone, welcome to another edition of Britfeel Radio Live. Thank you for joining us, and just want you to know that you're appreciated as always. And you'll just be a minute, just sorting everything out on my end. Um, da, da, da. Okay, right. Just letting people know. Um, hey guys. Okay. Um, well, thanks for tuning in. Sorry for the weird opening. Um, oh, we've got Alina in chat. Um, Hi there, Alina. Yeah, maybe you should you're quite a young person. Maybe you should hang around some less toxic individuals. Because I can't imagine this is very healthy for you. Um, I feel like you might be end up being irreparably scarred as you're still developing mentally at this stage. So it might be best for you to hang out with people your own age. Um, that's just an idea. Um, I think that might benefit you in the long run. Just looking out for you, but you can make your own decisions to some extent. You are still quite young, so you can't make all the decisions yourself. But yeah, that's just something I'd suggest. Um, maybe think about. Okay, so we've got a whole host of topics lined up for Um, today's episode. So we're going to be discussing. So at the top, at some point in the show, we expect to have a debate between someone who has detransitioned and a transvian. So um, they might. So that's something that might occur later on. We're thinking maybe 11 p.m. Um, well, yeah. So it should be quite a fiery debate there. One of them is quite knowledgeable on philosophy topics and the like, but that's for later on. For now, we've got a whole bunch of other topics that we'd like to discuss. So, the big story right now is Harry and Meghan being stripped of all their royal titles and pretty much officially being kicked out of the royal family. Ugh. Um, so, Schubert, do you have any strong opinions on Harry and Meghan? Oh, but you get Americans interested in them, though. Uh-huh. Okay. So what are your thoughts on Harry and Meghan possibly becoming like the king and queen of America in a way, because they have a claim to being royalty, and one of them's American, and they live there now? Would that be silly, or oh wait, have I done the same mistake again? Okay, say something. Oh fuck's sake! Yes, problem again. It was. Hold on. Audio. Okay. I know what to do this time. It's fine. Audio input. Um, oh. Um, Create new. Um, that'll be it. Wait. Oh, do that again. Yeah, that's it. That's fine. Oh, wait, but I think I might be echoing now. Shit. Um, hold on. Okay. I'll delete all the audio and then add everything again. Okay. Remove, remove. Wait. Shoot. Okay. Sorry. Okay, that should be fine now then, I guess. Probably. Testing. Yeah, that should be fine, I think. Okay. Do you want to try saying something? Oh, don't think so. Um, wait, what's audio output capture?
Well, yes, you have to.
No, I don't think so.
Why can't you just save your settings from last time?
I I think it's just because I think it's probably because I um take the headphones out and then stick them in after or something like that. Uh, it is saved, sort of. Um, uh-huh. Okay. No, they shouldn't be able to hear you. Based on what I can see here. Oh, I'm gonna have to Google it again. Mm, oh, wait. Okay, try that. No. Okay. Fuck. Oh. Oh. Okay. I've got like loads of. I've got 5 audio channels. Now say something. I was only looking at 2 of them. No, why the hell isn't that working? Um. Yeah. Okay. Properties. Um. mm, okay, that one works. Test. Okay, that works. Te- Okay, now this should work. So, how are you feeling today? No, they wait. No, they can't. Ugh. Sorry. Sorry. You want to just like um I'll just work on this and then we'll like reconvene in like 5 minutes because I can instead of like asking you to say test test over and over again, I can use like um play something on play some music on the background. If it's picking that up, it'll put Q up. Just yeah, sorry, just give me 5 minutes. Uh, okay, so um, test test test. Yeah, okay, that's it. Okay, everything's working now. Yeah, I don't know. Um, okay, got it working now. Thank you for sticking with us. Everything's working now. Um, okay.
Can you hear me? Test,
Yeah,
does it work now?
yeah, it's fine. I've checked the thing. And again, sorry about that, but that's really part of the charm of everything. Um, so yeah, so some people say that people didn't like Megan because they were racist. Uh,
Can anybody hear me? I just wanted that to be settled.
they, they definitely can because it's like the thing is changing color on the audio thingy when you speak. They're messing. Oh, fine. You can like just watch the stream and people didn't like Megan because they were.
Okay, it
Can
seems
you
like
can you hear
I'm
me?
listening to
Test,
Yeah,
does it work?
yeah.
the broadcast. It
It's
seems like people
fine.
can actually
I
hear me. So uh,
yeah, they can. If you just listen to the stream yourself, the thing.
yeah, that's what I was
And
doing. I was listening to
again,
the stream myself, and okay,
okay,
wonderful. Okay, let's get back to the topic.
okay. So, um, so that's why they say that she left the country. Others would say that she is just a fame-hungry cow, and she's stirred all of this up just to increase the value of her own brand. Would you say that? Would you say that's the case, or would you say that it's more the former, where everyone's just racist?
I mean, I think it's probably because she's just a gold digger.
There we go. And I completely agree with you there. Yeah, her being black has nothing to do with it. It's all just one giant publicity stunt, and she's after attention. question
Yeah.
is
I mean, look,
Harry
look,
an
like, look,
idiot?
look, look at him. He looks like a fucking inbred monkey,
Oh,
inbred ginger
wow,
monkey. No,
whoa, whoa.
he does.
All
No, she
right,
does.
okay.
He looks like an inbred ginger monkey, and she's pretty fucking hot. There's no reason on the planet Earth why'd she want to marry him outside of his money and the clout.
Well, they say the royal family doesn't have much in the way of money, but clout, sure, okay.
Well, I mean, if you could pretty much just it doesn't matter how much money you have. If you could like just say, "Hey, Daddy, British government, can you please pay for all the shit?" I mean,
Again,
even if it's not your money, if you have access to it, I mean, it's still cash.
yeah. One thing I've read is that she wasn't prepared for how much work she'd actually have to do as a member of the royal family. She thought she was expecting it to just be parties all the time. She didn't know there would be actual responsibilities to go along with it and restrictions.
Well, obviously, I mean, that means she's just a stupid gold digger.
Mhm. Um, as for Harry, what do you think his point of view in all of this is? Is he just an idiot?
He's an idiot who wanted pussy, so he paid a bunch of money for basically a millionaire level escort. So now he finally has to pay the bill.
Oh, okay, that's quite a harsh view of him. Um, so
No, I
do you
think
think it's
any man that cannot afford for a gold digger but still goes for one anyway, and or any man that gets a gold digger and is not aware of it is a fucking moron. Like, okay, like if you're like some rich old guy and you get like and you're banging some 25-year-old girl, everybody know like you know your reason you have her is because you got money. It ain't because of your great stamina. It's not because of your personality. It's not because of your dashing good looks. Because of your cash. And any person who looks at themselves and look at their partner and then looks at their bank account and doesn't think and seriously thinks that that person loves them because of themselves, not because of their money, they're delusional.
uh, so? You think that he might have had an awakening by now? What do you think he's thinking right now, now that he's realized all that?
I don't think he has realized, to
Oh,
be honest.
oh, okay. So he's still in La La Land.
Yeah, because I think he's been given like he's he's not a self-made man. He's given everything he's ever wanted, but ever since he was a little child. So he's probably still in like this magical world of
He didn't get a mother.
oh yeah. Well, I'd rather have a fucking array of hundreds of servants and living like a fucking millionaire than that. I mean, dude, like, come on. But to be fair, yeah, Alina's right. Well, this doesn't really have anything to do with anything. So
Oh, well, I think it's got plenty to do with everything. It's surprising to see you value her opinion.
yeah, I know. I really hate her guts, but when she is right, she is right.
Huh. Okay. Well, we've got plenty of other topics. Um, is the American entertainment industry in decline? In the decline? And if it is, what will replace it? So, uh, some people actually would say that American television, at least a few years ago, was in a new golden age. I'd say it still is, with lots of big budget prestige television shows coming out quite regularly now. So I'm gonna have to completely disagree with that statement. I think it's been on the rise for a while. It might have peaked, but it's still doing very, very well. And television has perhaps never been better.
Really? Well, that's an interesting statement. Well, what would you say? What was the last television show that you watched that you really thought that was really that's quality TV?
Um, oh, that's an interesting question. I've actually been watching quite a few older shows at the moment. But one that's really, really, really good, and something that's really, really good, and like peak television, or that was really drawn into. Um, I was into Breaking Bad back when it was airing, but that's like one of
Ah,
my
yeah.
few
I mean,
favorite
like
shows.
something that ran and say. Of course, it's hard to do it in the pandemic, but like say 2018 to 2021, or 2019 to 2021.
Oh,
So
uh,
something that came out, some television show that came out during that time.
why that period?
Because that's 2019 was the last year when they really had a lot of TV coming out because a lot of things were postponed due to COVID. So
Oh, okay. Right. Oh, all right. So,
so it's interrupted. But Fengsterner1 replies, "Watched Extraordinary last night. What? Why don't you describe that in like a paragraph or so? What you like about it? Or you can come on the radio if you'd like."
uh, oh, he's been in the comments since the beginning. Let's
Oh
see.
yeah, Father Ted, isn't that story about the Irish
I
Catholic
wouldn't call it
priest
a
and his
story.
and no, not the story, but the TV show about the Irish Catholic priest and his buddy, and then they go around solving like village things and stuff. I think I've seen a couple episodes of that.
Yeah, there's not so much going around. It's mainly set inside their little house thing.
Yeah, I've watched a couple episodes
Yeah,
of that. I've never really actively watched it, but I remember enjoying it from what
yeah,
I
but
saw.
it's ancient. I thought some of the drunk older Catholic guy was just disgusting.
I,
I'm
I
not
can I
particularly
can barely
unpleasant.
remember it. Like, I remember what the show. What did I like? Was I called like Vicar of Dibley? Or Derby, whatever that was called. I watched
Dibley,
that one.
you had it right the
Yeah,
first time.
yeah, I watched that as a kid because like we used to have like a DVD box set of the first season.
Yeah, I watched it as a kid too. My mum really liked it. Um, it was a big show back when it was airing. I don't think it holds up very well though. But that's the same with a lot of sitcoms from like the 80s and 90s.
Well, I mean, I think from maybe I'd have to rewatch it, or maybe we'd have to rewatch an episode. But from what I maybe this is just the nostalgia speaking, but I'd say I personally enjoyed it a lot more than like the American ones. Like I never really got into Friends. I thought Friends was abysmally terrible. I thought Seinfeld was just boring as shit. I did like Malcolm in the Middle though. Malcolm in the Middle was great.
Those are not some casual opinions. Those are very, very strong words.
Yeah, I watched Friends. I didn't watch the whole thing. I watched a couple of episodes of each, but I just thought it was boring. It was just like, oh look, we're a bunch of assholes in the big city. We have more money than anybody realistically would in our situations, and we're just sly douchebags about it. And it just seemed like
That's not what the show was about.
it just that's the feeling that I got from watching it. That is,
Or Friends.
yeah.
It's not about that though. It is bad, but it's not about that. That's not why it's
It's
bad.
well, why would you say it's bad?
The episodes are just kind of the same. Every episode is the same, really.
Hmm, fair
Same
enough.
thing happens.
Which episodes or
Well,
which season did you watch episodes from? Because there are some. The show does kind
I
of
don't know.
evolve as it goes on.
I watched about like 5 or 6 episodes a while ago. It was like something. I just remember like it's one of those things. Like I watched it on the German network when nothing else was on. I just watched some of it, and I was just like, oh, it's just like shows like that, like How I Met Your Mother or stuff like that. It's just ugh.
I'd say How I Met Your Mother's derivative of Friends. It's quite a bad show comparatively, but Friends is was quite the trendsetter, and I I think you definitely got it wrong about them being arseholes. The jokes usually on them. Um, Especially Ross's character, he gets made fun of a lot, and Chandler, and Joey's quite stupid.
Which Chandler was the guy with the bad curly hair, right?
He's the sarcastic one.
Exactly, maybe.
I mean, Friends was doing like a trendsetter in America. A lot of like sitcoms in Britain.
Oh yeah, yeah. That was the guy that looked kind of looked like Michael J. Fox, but without the Parkinson's and the midget syndrome.
Yeah, very popular show and very popular character. He's usually the most popular character from the show. Due to because he's sarcastic and stuff. Um, but no, you didn't connect to it at all. Season one isn't very good. I'll say that. But
I never really I never really liked those the one it all seemed too wacky to me. The show that I really liked, the two sitcoms, the American sitcoms from that time period that I really liked would have to be a Malcolm in the Middle and King of the Hill. Like I know that's like an animated sitcom, but I think you could definitely it connects more to like the
Sitcoms in general just fucking they're just made to sort of appease like the mainstream people who just
yeah.
what's this big list of like points you have on the stream?
Oh, that's just the topics that we at one point wish to cover. So yeah, so what do you feel about like how do you feel about the American entertainment industry? Where do you think that's going?
What? American entertainment industry.
Yeah, you think that's going on the downwards or the up, or is it just going to stagnate for a couple of years?
It's all just like
Just
Netflix and Disney and
you keep breaking off.
yeah, it's just it's Netflix and it's just internet live streaming stuff, isn't it?
Oh, there was a German film on Netflix. It's the one and only time that I've seen a German film being promoted by
Oh no.
Netflix. Um,
Dark,
could you guess what it
Oh
is?
no.
dark,
I don't. I'm scared.
Uh,
dark.
I'm just gonna double
If it
check the
wasn't Das
name.
Boot, then I'm sorry.
It wasn't Das Boot, no. It's a recent one.
Oh,
I think it was 2019. Uh,
dark. It's the only decent foreign thing that's been on Netflix. Everything else is just shit and trash.
okay, the name. Do you want the English name of the film, or do you want me to say it in German?
Just tell me both.
Okay, Das Leben ist kein Bonuslevel. Or offline,
Das
are
Leben
you
ist
ready for
kein
the next level?
Bonuslevel.
Oh, 2016.
I can already just tell that was made by some asshole from Berlin. Let me just Google that.
Offline, are you ready for the next level?
Das Leben ist kein Bonuslevel.
Yeah, that's it. Das Leben ist kein Bonuslevel.
Florian.
Doesn't sound like it's worth watching, really.
A
No.
competitive video gamer has his identity hacked by his arch rival just before a big tournament. In order to reclaim his identity, he must brave an unfamiliar challenger that challenge the outside world. It seems very American, that um, topic, that
He must
synopsis.
challenge the outside world.
Yeah,
Oh, but get this though. I just looked it up on Wikipedia. It was produced by the guys who made Gothic and Risen. I don't know if you guys heard of that, but those are some, at least in Germany, those are some pretty big video game names. They're not that great, but
Gothic's like the only German video game series.
yeah, Gothic is like Risen is there as well, but that's not as well known.
No, it's just Gothic, really. Like in terms of like European games.
Well, I think it's
Continental
Gothic.
Europe
Gothic
games.
was like early 2000s, and then like back in like 2009 to 2013, I was like Risen and shit. So
It's the late 90s, but it like only came to other countries in the 2000s.
yeah, I remember playing Risen a
Are you
lot for
German?
that. Yes.
Shouldn't you know about that then?
Well, I mean, I didn't grow up playing Gothic. I mostly played
Neither I.
Risen. Yeah, just I was born in '99. So what I did play though is I played Risen 1, and that was a pretty solid game. It wasn't great, but
What's Risen?
it's by the same studio as the guys who made Gothic.
Well, they made then they make 3 games. It was after they made the Gothic series.
Yeah, made Risen 1, 2, and 3 at Elix, but Elix was infamously bad.
Hmm. They should have just made the games work on actual like modern computers rather than like making a new series.
No, I think no, I disagree. I don't like this idea of remaking and remastering everything.
No, I don't
I
mean
think
that. I mean like fix, like actually like releasing like patches and stuff, so it actually fucking works on computers. Because like Gothic 1 and 2 is like, you have to, yeah, it's really hard to sort of like make it work.
well, that's what fans are
on
for.
patches and
I
stuff.
mean, I don't.
Yeah.
I think
Well,
when it comes to like updating stuff for like newer computers and stuff, I think that's like a fan thing. Like look at the KOTOR games. You know, the fans are motivated enough. They fix the games. You know.
yeah, but they actually work.
Yeah, but
without that on a
but
computer.
without it, it's kind of still a shitty game. Like if you don't add the content patches in either the KOTOR games, and the games are
So-
kind of shit.
yeah, but they still work. is what I mean.
Ah, okay, fair enough. Yeah.
Huh.
I mean, actually, no, not really. I
It
don't
is.
know. Maybe
Yeah.
have you played KOTOR 2 on a modern system?
It would actually load and actually works.
Yeah,
If
but
I
the
went
thing
to
is,
play, it would actually load.
KOTOR 2 has a horrendous bug that if you don't limit the FPS, that it freezes your character in place every time you go into combat.
What do you mean, like freeze your FPS? What do you mean, like it?
Yeah, you have to manually find a program. I think it was like the GeForce thingy.
Do you mean it
And
doesn't run at 60 FPS? Because that's like every old game
you have,
doesn't do that.
no,
So
you have to limit it to like I think it was like was it like
30.
60, 63 FPS or something, and
Uh,
then anything over that you have to
no, it'd be
it
30.
just freezes up. Yeah.
You mean 30 or lower?
No, it was like I remember, for me it worked for 63 FPS. You have to limit it down to that much, and then
Wait, the 60 hertz monitor and when did Kyoto come out?
I don't know when
Well,
KOTOR. I think KOTOR 2 came out in like 2005
yeah,
or 6.
you wouldn't have had a most people wouldn't have had a 60 hertz monitor.
I'm not saying hey, I'm not
Or
saying that they had that. I'm just saying when I fixed the game, I experimented with different amounts of FPS and that FPS throttling thing, and I had to manually put it on 63, otherwise it wouldn't work. So maybe it was actually say 63 FPS, but that's what I had to do to fix it.
it wouldn't have been 63 FPS.
Well, that's what I put it on. So
You're lying. Why would you lie?
I'm not lying, dude.
You are lying.
I trust him and I don't believe that he's lying. I think that it's you that's wrong about your
I
facts.
there's no reason to lie about such a
Exactly.
trivial thing.
So you had a 60 hertz monitor. Actually, no, it would 63 hertz.
I don't know. I just said I took the program. It said put the maximum limit of the FPS for this game, and I selected 63, and then it worked. If I put 64, it didn't work, and if I put 62, it didn't work. So I placed it on 63, and that worked. And I played the game until the ending, and then the ending of KOTOR 2 was shit. But that's a whole other can of worms to open up. So just this is the
2006.
disappointing. What? No,
Mm.
in 2019, no 2020. Actually, no, that was like 3 months ago.
Oh, I thought you meant like in 2006 on the game.
No, we were talking about getting old games to work on computers.
Well, but yeah, yeah, well, yeah, obviously, yeah, that's. I thought you meant like when the game came out.
Let's just interview you for a bit, and then let's learn about who you are. So how long have you been posting on Britfeel?
Longer than you, I think,
I,
probably.
I've been here for like at least 5 years, so I mean, I think that's quite the challenge.
Probably.
Yeah,
Uh,
you're cutting out again.
Yeah, I can barely hear half of what you're saying.
7 years or something, maybe.
Well, you accuse other people of lying. Well, it seems that you may be lying, as 7 years is roughly the length of Britfield's lifespan. So unless you were posting pretty much as it came into existence, which you would have remembered, you are not being truthful.
I would have remembered, would I?
Yeah,
I mean, I
because
lost something in that
you,
sense then.
if you were there since the
Why
beginning,
why would I remember that?
because you were there since the beginning, you'd say I've been there since the beginning.
Yeah, but I'm not like sort of like super self-absorbed. So, I mean, I've been using 4chan for a long time, so
Well, how old are you then?
how old are you? Actually, no, yeah, how old are you actually? Kind of interested.
That's common knowledge among people who post here.
Yeah, but I don't.
29, how old are you?
You're 29.
You got a problem with that?
You're actually 29.
Yeah,
Well, didn't know that.
I said it like a million times.
I thought you were younger than that.
It's because of my stunted development. Hello? Still with us?
Yes.
Oh, not you. The one I'm
I'm
roasting,
27.
grilling. 27, okay. And hmm. Okay. And which other boards do you visit?
Uh,
MLP. Huh, fascinating. Um,
hmm.
so why do you choose to post on 4chan?
Why do I what?
Why do you choose to post on 4chan?
I mean, I don't really post on 4chan much anymore, but I
Okay.
used to a lot. But
So what
I
resulted?
mean, most of the boards and everything like that is just a lot of it's just garbage. So like, I
Uh,
don't know.
so what resulted in you posting less? And when about was it? Was it around about when Trump won the election?
Yeah,
Ooh.
it's around about like probably like 2010 or something. When I don't know, like, you could just tell like all the boards were just like going on like teenagers just
Uh,
fucking posting all
you
the
were a
time.
teenager then, though. 2010, and you're 27. That'd make you 17. You were the problem,
I wasn't posting though.
and you shouldn't have been posting then. It would have been legal.
I was
I mean,
posting before then.
I mean, I know he's just trying to like play devil advocate at this point, but to be fair, I was I think
That one.
17 or 6,
I'm not.
17 or
I was just
17
trying
or
to like.
but to be but to be fair, I was like 16 or 17 when I first posted on 4chan. I mean, frankly, most people.
I was 12.
Okay,
Well, let's get
Like, I
back
think
to.
a lot of people were that sort of age.
yeah. I mean,
You know?
like at the end of the day, 4chan is pretty juvenile. Like,
Yeah, but it's like it turns into like a different type of juvenile thing now.
yeah, yeah. Like look at Ko. The entire thing about Ko is like, if you actually did something and made your own series, you wouldn't be bitching about everything all the time.
What board? Call
Yeah, Ko.
the cosplay one.
No,
No, comics
comics.
and cartoons. Yeah.
What? Gross.
Yeah, because comics is basically just Ko is just basically just complain. Hey man, why don't you make your own thing? Like, I don't wanna. And then they like see
Why
something
don't you?
that what
Why don't you do that?
I
That
don't know.
sounds like good advice to me. Just
It's,
fuck
I'm,
off and just do your own thing and like
yeah,
actually write something
I
rather
know
than
that's
complaining on a image board.
exactly that's my point. That's my point. Like I'm satisfied with what's going on, but like if you're not satisfied with it, just make your own thing.
Are you satisfied doing this?
Yeah, I got
Okay.
anything better to do.
But what could you be doing other than this right now?
Playing Arkham Asylum. No, I'm not Arkham Asylum. Arkham Knight.
Oh, it's a bad game. Don't play that.
No, it's a pretty good game.
It's
I
not.
like I like
I
the
read
raid.
100% of it recently. It's not a very good game. Don't do that.
It's a pretty good game.
It's
What
not. It's terrible.
are you
Play
talking about?
Arkham City.
I've played all three of them so far, and this is. I mean, I haven't played all three of them. I'm still playing
You mean
through
all?
Arkham Knight.
You mean
Playing
all
Arkham.
four? Did
What
you
do you mean?
forget about Arkham Origins?
Arkham Origins was a meme, and I didn't play it.
You
Yeah,
didn't miss out on anything. It feels weird.
it's, it's all four, not all three.
The thing is,
You got.
I played Arkham Asylum, which is at this point, in my opinion, I think the best one. Then I played Arkham City, which I guess it's good game,
Yeah,
but
Arkham
just
City is
not.
the best one.
No, it's not. It's
Yes, it
overhyped.
fucking is.
It's
How can you not say it's the best one?
If you
it's
It's
played it,
overhyped.
genuinely the best
It's
one.
over.
if you
It's
played it,
overhyped as balls.
if you
What do you mean
played it
it's
at the
over?
time it was released,
Oh,
it would be the
I didn't
best
want to.
one.
How is it overhyped?
It's just it's not. It doesn't have the gripping atmosphere that Arkham
What?
Asylum does, and it doesn't have the boundless freedom that Arkham Knight does.
Arkham Knight's
Arkham
maps are
Asylum was
pretty
like a
simple.
fucking tech demo, pretty much.
The great thing about Arkham Asylum is it has such great an atmosphere. You're always wondering what's going to happen next. It's but like the whole chase scene with Killer Croc in Arkham Asylum was just fucking awesome
So,
because you just
right. The
it was
fucking
it,
boss battles are so fucking shit.
they were fucking great.
They're not.
They were.
Objectively so fucking. They're just bad.
You can't say, dude, it's fucking a fucking video game. It's not like you can't
Well,
say
yeah, it's a video game.
objectively.
It's a bad video game. I mean, it's
No,
good.
it's a
It's good. It's a good video game. It's not as good as Arkham City though.
but
Arkham
Arkham
City is
City was just
objectively
it,
the best in the series.
you can't say objective. You can't say objectivity about art, man.
It's objectively the best in the series.
Now you're just being autistic.
As a bit of a tiebreaker, I can actually see that you both have points to your arguments. I would also say Asylum had the best atmosphere. At the time, though, I played it before when it was released.
Oh,
Um,
fresh.
Played it before it was released.
no, I mean, sorry, I mean I played it back when it was released, so my opinion
Yeah.
must. So I'm
Yeah. Well,
so
if you played it when it was released, it was kind of like yeah, like all the mechanics and stuff weren't sort of like
yeah.
polished.
One criticism at the
Yeah.
time was that all the boss battles were underwhelming. Um,
It's not even that, just like the sort of like going into a room and like having to take out all the people. The sort of like mechanics and stuff were just like really
no,
sort of rough.
I was
But
okay with that stuff.
but that roughness made it challenging. Like in Arkham Asylum,
No,
when you're taking out, a whole room and you have to
aren't challenging. The games aren't hard.
I did beat
okay.
all of them on hard mode, so yes,
It's
they're not
about
hard.
presentation, pretty much. And Arkham City just like had the best story as well. Like Arkham Asylum didn't really have a story other than
Arkham
like
Arkham City gives you more, and that's what I was left wanting with Arkham Asylum. It was good, but just wanted more, and City definitely gives you that. There are more villain characters and side stories and the like.
yeah, it did that a lot better. I
Oh,
mean, I think uh, Night was even better than Asylum.
sorry, Arkham. You think Arkham Knight was better than Asylum? No, no. There was all the
Nah.
side stories were garbage in Knight. Well, like
I mean,
almost all of
I,
them.
I wouldn't say that. I mean,
The
yeah,
Firefly stuff. Come on.
I'd say the only really bad thing about Arkham Knight is that the riddle puzzlers were just like, hey, look, we put the
Busyworks.
Batmobile, we
They
put
had,
the Batmobile in this game, so now you're going to use it for every fucking thing, which is just kind of annoying because,
Yeah,
frankly,
that's just Busyworks that they put into the game because they had to. Because was it EA that did published it? I can't remember who published it.
Rocksteady, who are owned by Warner Brothers Studios.
Yeah, Warner Brothers published it. Yeah, so
like
they got
that was the only really bad thing about. Like the
It's
great
not
thing
a
about
small
Arkham,
thing, though. It's a massive detail. Like,
y-
that
yeah,
I
Batman
I'm
is
not.
actually liked it.
everywhere.
I actually quite liked the thingy.
Did you like figuring out how to get the Batmobile onto a roof and then using it to pull down a wall? Like,
That was fucking cringe.
I actually like that. Kind of
that
stuff.
was silly.
I
And,
liked it.
and it's clunky as well. It's hard to, like, do.
It's not clunky. It's really easy to fucking do. How's it clunky?
Like, I didn't know what to do. That's why I had to look it up.
Well, that's kind of weak
It's like
sauce. I mean,
Arkham Knight's like the easiest out of the whole series, pretty much.
yeah, I would definitely not disagree with that one. Arkham Knight so far, what I've been playing, I think I'm on like the last. I just uncovered the second.
The DLC is fucking awful. They don't do the DLC.
I mean, so far the only DLC I've done some of the Joker's. No, not the Joker. What am I saying? The Riddler saves Catwoman shit. That's been kind of cringe so far.
Well, you have to get to. I won't spoil that actually.
But the Man Bat mission, that was a really cool.
Yeah.
I like the way they did that.
Yeah, I like that because it was like a thingy for
Like it just like you're like shooting across the roof of it, like randomly Man Bat comes out of nowhere. Like that's how you fucking do a jump scare, man. It's like it's not really.
It was like a the thingy for the animated series. That's
Yeah.
why the Arkham games came about because the animated series. They're based off
Yeah.
that.
It
And
reminds
what's the guy called? The writer from the animated series because
Paul Dini did that.
he wrote the Arkham games. Yeah,
Paul Dini. I'm looking that shit up. I don't believe that.
Oh,
Origin.
are
He
you,
wrote the main
are you
games.
I know someone did. Are you sure it was him though?
Yeah.
Hmm.
And they got the people who voiced Batman and Joker
Yeah.
from the anime series to
The guy who
Oh,
was drunk as fucking Luke Skywalker.
he did. Paul Dini did Arkham Asylum and Arkham City.
yeah, and the
Oh, well,
anime
that'll
series.
explain shit. I think Jeff Johns might have been involved in Arkham Knight. I
I mean
feel
I mean the only thing I don't like about Arkham Knight is that I'd say that it's that besides the car stuff, it wasn't. But the thing about the cars, it wasn't hard. It was just tedious. It's like, yeah, I know what I have to do, but just I really don't fucking want to do it because it's annoying.
Yeah, but to be fair, they were trying to like they had to sort of introduce something that was different.
Yeah,
But,
and I
like,
understand that. I understand that. I just don't like the way they introduced it. I don't like the way they ham-fisted into sort of like
what,
riddles
what, the, what the
and
fuck
puzzles
else
and
could
shit.
you would have done? Really, I was thinking that when I got to the end of the game, I was thinking like, actually, even though it's kind of shit, but what the fuck else could they have done to make the game sort of?
I think the way they did with the fighting the drone tanks, that was pretty cool. I like that part. I liked with the car. That part I liked with the car.
The driving around was good, but like the tank shit was kind of the worst bit.
I thought the tank pass part was the best part of the car. I thought specifically the driving around on rooftops and trying to get on the top of the rooftop with the car was autistically and just annoying. But the fighting, the combat with the car, that was really fun. Like the dodging the shit all the time, that was really great. I think what they did is that the idea of adding the Batmobile was a good one, but it just was a bit too much of it.
You need to bring out what's that show that came out after the animated series? Batman.
the Batman.
No, Batman. What's he fucking called?
It was the Batman.
No, hold on. He had like a. It's all like red. Oh, what the fuck is he called? Batman Beyond. No, Batman. Forever. No, Batman. What's it called?
It was definitely the Batman.
No.
Like what? You
What do you
accept?
mean the Batman?
That's what. That's what it
What's
was
that?
called. The name of the show was the Batman.
What show? The
The
Batman.
Yeah, the Batman cartoon that came after the Batman animated series was the Batman.
No, it wasn't. It was the. It's like Forever Batman or something like that. The like it was based in the future when
Oh, Batman Beyond.
that's it. It must be
Yeah,
that.
Batman Beyond was pretty neat. But I never actually watched that. I only watched a couple episodes of it.
Oh, I watched that. I watched the whole
I,
thing.
I, I watched the movie. I remember watching the movie. That was pretty good.
I didn't see the movie, but I watched the
Well,
when it was there. But they should do that. They should do a video game on that. That'd be fucking sick.
Yeah, I'd play that. I mean,
But they're not going to do that because they're doing a video game on the Suicide Squad. I think the
yeah.
Rocksteady.
yeah, I'm looking that up. Like they wanted to do one in 2022, but I hope they cancel that and just
Why the
do.
fuck would they do that? Like,
I know that I know they wouldn't because there's like there's enough quirky white girls that'll buy anything that has Harley Quinn on it. But you know, a man can dream.
why the fuck would they like? I don't understand.
It's lower standards, right? And you can do like a team co-op multiplayer thing.
Oh god.
And you've got Gotham Knights as well, which I figure is the same thing, where it's also like team.
Wait,
Maybe
like Gotham Knights. That
Must have
was
must have like lost all the people who are sort of like working for Rocksteady or something like
um,
that. I can't imagine that. Why I don't understand why they want to do that.
it's something new and fresh. It's probably more exciting than doing another Batman game for them, because they'd just be reusing of some of the same assets.
But
that's
doing
why that's why I think they
doing
should maybe do
Suicide
like
Squad is still doing the same. It's kind of still doing the same thing, but it's just the worst of the options they have.
what would be. I think what would be really cool is if they did like a sort of Batman Elseworlds thing where they did like Gotham by Torch, like Gaslight and like
Well, if they did Batman a Batman Beyond game, that'd be fucking sick.
yeah,
Like,
like a combination thing. Like, oh, what was
futuristic.
that? What was that Spider-Man game? Was like that Spider-Man game where you played as 4 different Spider-Mans.
Shatter Dimensions.
Yeah, do that with Batman.
But like two of them were a bit. I think 2099 and the main one were the only ones people liked, because in the sequel to that, it was just 2099 and
Yeah,
Spider
yeah, but
regular.
Wait,
and
which Spider-Man game? I remember the ones based off the movies. That's those I want to play.
no, the Spider-Man game, the Spider-Man game Shattered Dimensions. They had 4 different Spider-Mans. You had like the
Shattered
Noir
Dimensions.
Spider-Man, 2099 Spider-Man, Ultimate Spider-Man, and regular Spider-Man. Now, imagine that with Batman. You'd have Gotham by Gaslight. You'd have the regular, yeah, the Arkham Batman. You'd have Batman Beyond, and
You had the alternate costumes though. Wasn't that good enough? Then you could sort of like play
no, no,
pretend.
but you'd have to be like you have to have alternate game mechanics.
I don't know. I just liked putting on the different costume and just pretending.
Mm.
In the Spider-Man game, that's what I did. I pretty much played the Ben Riley costume, the one with the hoodie.
Ah, yeah.
I don't know. I did the Batman costumes aren't all that crazy though. I just went with like the shiny one, shiny red one.
The original Spider-Man games were good. Like the PS1, PS2 ones were good. They were fucking good.
And then the
On
DS,
the Sam
the
Raimi movies came
yeah,
out.
yeah, the Metroidvania, that one fucking Spider-Man Metroidvania game that came out. Oh, what was that called?
Metroidvania game that came out.
Yeah, they're
Spider-Man.
like a Spider-Man Metroidvania game for DS. It's like
Huh. Not aware of it. It
it was
sounds
really
like
good. It was really really good. Web of Shadows, I
What,
believe.
what's that film called where it was what's it fucking called? The one where the one with Arnold Schwarzenegger. Uh,
Judge Dredd. No, wait, he's
what?
not in there.
Yeah,
Predator.
Batman. The
Terminator.
Batman one. And the Batman.
Oh, Batman and Robin.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, where like when it shows them suiting up and it shows that like Batman and Robin's arse.
The director was gay, so if you've got a problem with that, that's
Was
offensive.
it actually?
Yeah, Joel Schumacher, and George Clooney said that he played Batman gay in that film.
Yeah. I had
That's
that on
kind of
VHS when it came out. I was like, yeah. I used to
yeah,
always.
yeah. I found it here. It's Batman Web of Shadows for the Nintendo DS.
Oh, that might have actually been the same name as. Oh, Web of Shadows. I think there might have been more than one game with that name.
Maybe, but the DS version was the best one because it's like a really solid, like combat heavy Metroidvania game.
Didn't George Clooney like apologize for that film because it was so bad?
Yeah, I never actually watched
It's
that
not
though.
that
It's actually really
bad.
good. I actually really like it.
Yeah, like it's got
I like
it
the when
feels the same
I like
way as
that
the last
I like
one.
that scene. I like that scene when they go into the poison ivy thing and like Bane's like getting like fucking shot up with like drugs.
Uh,
You know what I mean?
Not sure I remember that scene.
Do you not know what I mean? That's like the best scene in the film, really.
When Bane's getting shot by drugs.
Yeah, so when he's like fucking what's that drug called that he takes into the
Venom,
back of his
Venom.
head? Yeah, into his spine. He's like fucking like buffing up.
So,
Wow. It still has a nice message to it. Like, and Mr. Freeze learns a lesson and shows that you can resolve your problems by talking and knowing
fuck
facts.
that. Just beat the shit out of everybody.
This show is fucking boring, man. Jesus, can't we talk about fun things?
Who's that?
It is me, Frenchie.
Oh, finally,
Oh,
somebody
hey.
with good. Finally, somebody with good fucking audio quality.
Yeah, of course, I should be the host of this radio. Welcome
You
to
sound
Britfeel Radio.
you
I
sounded much
am
more
your host.
English.
Huh?
You sound different to
Oh.
before. You sound like more
My
confident in your English.
confident in my English, is it? Huh.
Yeah.
Well, maybe I was English all along. I never
Bazinga.
thought that.
If you can't keep yourself out of the fridge, freeze. So I'm not
Alright,
sure.
let's talk about
Covered
something
in
fun,
it.
not some
Yeah.
gay Spider-Man games. Let's go.
Okay,
Adam,
great. Let's switch the topic. Great. We've been talking about like fucking Batman
I
Arkham
can't believe you
dick,
didn't like
dick, dick massager for this whole time.
George Clooney and
Did we still want to think about good television shows or films from the last 2 years to try and prove that American media is or is not in decline?
No, it's dying. It's fucking dying, man. It's over.
Okay,
Yeah.
I suppose I'm
Where's
the
the
only one.
biggest cause of decline in American media, do you think? What's causing it?
No,
Well, name a
actually, there's one show I actually like. It's The Queen's Gambit. I really fucking like that show.
trash. It's so fucking bad.
No, it's so good. What the fuck
It's
is wrong with
not.
you?
It's awful.
Yeah,
You actually
yeah.
watched
Maybe
it?
someone with no
You watched
taste.
the whole
Maybe.
thing. You watched the whole thing.
Yes.
What do you like about it?
I really like the sets. I really like the growth of the character. I like the
The what?
music.
The what?
And I like
say,
the portrait.
say again. Go on. Say again. You like the
What?
set. You like the
I like the sets.
Yeah.
The music. The
yeah.
story. The growth of the character.
What do you like the
way-
story? What do you like about the story?
It's like how to explain
Pretty
this.
much new story.
Hmm?
It's pretty much new story, really. It's
But
like
no, it's a slice of it's like a slice of
And
life
it's-
of
yeah, it's so shy. It's fucking someone grows up in an orphanage.
No, I disagree. It's
Yeah.
fucking great.
They learn to play chess.
And
They go to a chess tournament. They start taking drugs.
yeah, but
Wow, this is so awful.
that's
Church is
that's
the one.
based on the true story. It's not like
It's not.
the story. No,
It's
the
based on
true,
it's not. It's based on what's that guy called?
it's based on an actual chess player.
Yeah, not a woman, female.
Not a
chess
woman, of course, but it's like the same
Of
kind
course.
of experience. It's like there was a famous chess
like
player. I think it was Murphy. I don't want to say stupid shit, but basically he was considered insane when he was good at chess. Like he would go in bars at like 2 p.m. 2 a.m. Sorry, like drink out of his mind like a fucking Brit and talk to everyone in the fucking pub, and then go the next day to play a chess game and basically
Based
beat
on the
everyone at
Russian
it.
shit.
Guys, breaking
was it-
news coming out of Paul. It's a new happening. Russia has registered the world's first case of human infection with HSNB bird flu and has reported the matter to the World Health Organization.
I had bird flu, like
It has a
Oh shit, it's
mortality
gonna
rate
be
of
the virus. We're gonna
60%.
lock down forever now.
We were already dying with one virus, not two.
Guys, this has a
No.
60% mortality rate compared to 0.09
Oh
that COVID
no!
has.
This is gonna be
Shut up.
great. This is gonna be great.
But,
Chaos! Yeah, let's go. I want to die.
Yeah, yeah.
Let's
What about
go.
the 60% mortality rate? Is that for like everyone of every age, or is it like
No,
only
just-
for
ju-
people over 70?
Just
people
for
under
Russians.
65.
I already had bird flu, like 15 years ago.
There are arguments on both sides for this one. Some people that are denying that it's a big deal say, well, only one country is affected, and think of just being as a swine flu.
It's swine flu as well. Like when I was in high school, I had both of these diseases.
Yeah.
I was sick for like 3 days. I was like, it's fine. I actually been more sick from influenza than these retarded fucking made up fucking viruses.
This is gonna be so great, man. We're all gonna die. Are you ready?
Is there a big movement of like anti-coronavirus lockdown or conspiracy theories about that sort of thing in your countries?
What?
Oh fuck yeah! Sadly,
Is there a big conspiracy theory about coronavirus is big in your country? Because I know in some countries, like loads of people, like in Russia, don't even believe it at all.
I mean it's not. I mean specifically in Germany, it's not that big, but like you've still got all the white trash crawling out of the woodwork every couple so days. You know.
I mean, if you have like a shitty fucking immune system, you deserve to die anyway.
Yeah.
Actually, 4 out of 7 people in my family have already gotten the vaccine through various means. However, we're all hesitant for my grandmother to go get one because, well, she's been shielding and shit for like a year, and it just feels like that one time she goes out to the hospital where everyone's like where sick people go, she's probably going to catch it there. So it seems ridiculous.
Isn't there a big problem with Pakistanis and Bangladeshis and all that not getting the vaccine because they think there's some conspiracy? There's like pork in the vaccine or something. It's like a big. There's like a whole lot of British South Asian like celebrities did like this whole media campaign to try and convince like brown British people that like the vaccine didn't contain any pork and it wasn't like designed to kill brown people and stuff like that.
They just made it up to like try and sort of like get other people who haven't heard about it to sort of like, oh, well, really? That's like a thing. Oh, well, I'll go get it.
Right. Okay.
That's
Well,
the-
in Israel and China, they're sterilizing Muslim people. So what makes you think they won't be doing it here to try and get like the non-white birth rates down? I literally said this to my mum earlier today.
I mean,
I
if
don't know.
If like the someone wants to get like white birth rates down, they don't need to do anything. They just need to wait.
It's because of the risk money. So like if it's found out that China is sterilizing Muslims, nothing's going to happen to the Chinese government. They're going to be fine. If it's found out that people are sterilizing Muslims in the UK,
China-
there's going to be a fucking riot.
What do you mean,
Yeah.
Chinese Muslims in China? What?
Oh, you do not know about this? Yeah, there's a whole group of like Uyghur Muslims in China that are basically being put into like camps and brainwashed and beaten and sterilized in the moment. They're called Uyghur Muslims.
Do you mean Tibet?
No, it's not Tibet. It's north of Tibet.
How the fuck have you not heard about the Uyghurs?
It's everywhere, really. Every non-Han Chinese. They're doing it in Inner Mongolia, Tibet, Inner Mongolia to the north, Tibet to the south, and the Uyghurs in the west. So everyone
Yeah,
who
so
is
it's like
part of the
far
hive
western
mind
China.
is
There's
gone.
loads of Uyghur Chinese Muslims, and they're basically a sort of like kind of genocide almost.
They should do that to Ireland.
Ethnic cleansing.
If you actually know me,
Terrorist.
my name's King Billy. I'm a Protestant from Northern Ireland.
I know they should do that to
We call for fucking genocide against them all the time.
Northern Ireland. Should like go back to Republic Island, really. Same
So
place.
now you change your mind. You don't want genocide. Now you're
No,
yeah.
he's just been being a contrarian this whole
I know he's
time.
being contrarian another time.
Well, as well. Thanks. We'll keep Cornwall and England.
Actually, King Billy, I would like to ask you on your opinions of Reverend Ian Paisley, because I've recently heard about him, and he seems like a nefarious person, but he seems to have influenced quite a lot of Protestant people.
The Irish.
There's a picture
What did
of
he do?
Ian Paisley in his house. My brother is named after him. A lot of boys are either named Billy or they're named Ian after Ian Paisley. He was the leader of the Democratic Unionist Party for a very, very long time. He was a good guy, actually. He was quite
promoted
extreme.
Terrorism against
He didn't promote
Catholics.
terrorism. He promoted self-defense. But there's a really good meme I'm going to show you of him right now.
Well, actually, as somebody who's never heard of this individual, why don't you tell me a bit about him?
Okay, King
This is
Billy, would you
basically
like to
all you
share
need to
your
know
version?
right here.
Okay.
Irish people are not very nice people, and they should be.
Right, let's just
I've just
take a look at this video, shall we?
Not.
I've
not
just posted the video
The
here.
man,
Okay,
vast,
so you
rolling,
okay? I'll
deeply
just watch that.
religious and conservative. Its faith inspired by the Calvinism of the 16th century.
I tell you, there are men in Ulster who'll never surrender. There are men in Ulster who will die rather than pull
Republic
down
of
the
Ireland
flag.
is
There are
a.
men in Ulster who will stand to the last man.
Take that back. You never get tired walking backwards. Wonderful country.
I feel like this video might be a bit biased because of the music.
No.
Ulster's European burn to the very end.
Keep Ulster out of my side of Ireland.
No!
How can you to be biased?
Mr. Paisley, I now exclude you from this house.
Take your marks and make us count.
That video didn't answer any questions.
Anyway, I thought you might find that funny. It's yeah, he was a controversial figure, but
I mean, I don't know about this guy, but I suddenly want to nuke New York.
so basically, towards the end of his life, he kind of participated in the peace process. So Like he and Martin McGuinness, who was one of the former leaders of the IRA, were like jokingly became friends, and they became known as the Chuckle Brothers. Martin McGuinness and Ian Paisley.
One of them died.
Yeah, Ian Paisley has died recently, and then his son took over, but his wife had an affair, and then he had to step down, and now it's Ardeen Foster is the head of the DUP.
I think that's a shame that you have to.
What do you mean when you say IRA and peace in the same sentence? What do you mean by
The
that?
IRA disbanded. Okay, so this is what happens. Like, the main Catholic party in like pro-nationalist, pro-republic party is
Can you
it's
explain
called
what you
Sinn
mean by
Féin, and for a
Féin?
long time, basically the armed wing of Sinn Féin was basically the Irish Republican Army. Then in 1993, they had a ceasefire. They agreed to sort of stop killing Protestants and British soldiers, and then essentially, basically in like 1998, they sort of disbanded. And
Yeah, so,
I mean,
so it's not a peaceful thing then.
well, he agreed. They signed a peace treaty essentially. That was the Good Friday Agreement of 1998.
Yeah, so they're admitting that they were in the wrong.
The IRA did, yeah.
Yeah, cool.
But
So Ireland is a
but Ian Paisley used some like offensive language when talking about Catholics. He said that they breed like rabbits in one of these speeches I
So
saw.
my dad was actually at a meeting with he was at a church meeting. He had a very famous Presbyterian church. He said my neighbor is he said his neighbor was Catholic, and he said she's very, very dear to us, but she's had 7 kids. She's nothing but she's become a breeder for the Church of Rome. Like, he didn't hate Catholics, but he hated the Catholic Church. He said it was they were evil, or like they're
retarded schizo. He says that.
He's a massive hero here. Like, there's actually murals of him.
Hero for what? Saying that?
No, for protecting Protestants in Northern Ireland. He was quite cool, actually. If you actually listen to some of his speeches, he was like one of the best speech givers you've ever heard, really. Like, I'm a bit young for him because I wasn't around for most of the time when he was doing his thing. But during like the 70s, 80s, he was massive.
Yeah, but like, how is that like a honorable thing to say or like do?
We're just pointing out the fact that the Catholic Church was basically exploiting a lot of people, and they were not really being true Christians.
Yeah, but that's not even like anything to do with really this country, really.
Well, it is to do with my country in Northern Ireland.
No, well, it's still the same. The British Isles, it's not.
Yeah, there's a lot that about almost half of the people here are Catholics.
Yeah, but it doesn't come from this country.
I know. I'm not talking about mainland. Yeah, I'm not going to debate with you.
Yeah, but it's like it doesn't really matter. Like, how can you? It's fucking stupid. Is what I mean.
Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Right. So, well, thank you for sharing your opinion. On
Yeah, thanks for showing up, King Brody.
Yeah, I just saw a video on the guy quite recently, and I was just a bit interested in that because I hadn't heard about him before. Okay. Let's see. So, is most of this hyper PC stuff on Twitter a Paul psyop?
The what exactly? Can you repeat that?
So on Twitter now and again, with people getting cancelled and stuff, and
Yes.
also people being like, very.
Paul is just like teenagers. Paul is just like an extension of /B and V, pretty much.
Yeah. But
Are you suggesting, Moni, that perhaps some of the people engaging on the radical SJW Twitter cancel culture, that actually they're in fact right wingers trying to make the left look bad? Is that what your accusation is?
That is what I was trying to say. Thank you.
I think there have been some attempts to like make the left look bad by participating in this kind of left wing cancel culture, but I don't think most of them are. I think mostly it is generally just very young people who are not that clever and don't understand nuanced concepts.
Nothing nuanced about it. It's just it's on 4chan.
I mean, I wouldn't say it's. I would say that I'm not. Well, I would say there's definitely not. Of course, not all of it is. You know,
they're fucking teenagers.
A Paul psyop, but I mean, because like there's a certain extent where there's some people out there, and there's some ideas that can genuinely not come up within a creative mindset. That's how stupid they are. Like with these whole fucking otherkin or like non-binary nonsense.
It's not that stupid. It's just that the sort of whole sort of like
the point that the point I'm trying to make is that I definitely believe that some of the more crazy shit going on there is definitely a bit extensive. Like,
a lot of it links into like
Nam-
it's kind of what?
the thing with people, I can't remember the name, but the thing for people who are attracted to underage people, they try to make
yeah,
that a thing.
then the map was definitely a pole psyop here.
Minor attracted
probably agree. I think that's probably correct. Yes.
Yeah, and then some fucking retards actually latched on to that.
I don't think you actually know what you guys are. I don't think you actually know what you're talking about.
I would say one thing was interesting about the effect of cancel culture was that not so much the effect of cancel culture, but the effect of like Twitter is that it really seems to be sort of misrepresenting people's perceptions of what popular opinion actually is. So like,
yeah,
if you listen to people on Twitter, they thought Jeremy Corbyn, the leader of the main left-wing party, Labour, was gonna absolutely destroy everything. There's going to be a youth quake. Labour was going to win the landslide, and you'd get that impression if you went on Twitter. And then Labour lost one of the biggest election defeats in like almost 100 years.
Oh come on, he did better than Ed Miliband, I think.
Not electorally, no. In terms of losing seats, he lost more seats than like any in like almost 100 years. It's just I think there's a massive there's a lot of people who spend way too much time in like their side of the internet, and it massively misrepresents what general culture is. And I'd say that for both left and right. There's people who like overestimate the effect of cancel culture because they spend so much time on Twitter and other places like that. They think the world is like that. But
Yeah,
also people that are like pro that.
You're also doing that by browsing Poland, online game, things like that. You're also doing that.
You're not wrong. That's true. It's a problem with the internet generally, but I try not to browse that. Only that.
It's not a problem with the internet. It's a problem with you.
The problem with the way people use the internet is like only going into their own bubbles and only understanding their own perspectives.
You're not any better than them.
You don't even know who the fuck I am. Fuck off, Sam.
You're Irish. I know that you're Irish.
Okay, I think you need to stop being so antagonistic.
Well, it's because you like talking like you know it's so delusional. I don't understand like how you can actually like a thing like this. You must be like, I don't know.
Sam, Sam. At the end of the day, we're all pieces of flesh floating on a rock in space. The whole point that hey, if you'd fucking listen to me, you'd know what my point is.
What your point is then?
That's what I'm trying to do. My point is that we're just trying to make what we're trying to come up with
you're trying
ideas.
to like, talk about things. I know that. Yeah.
The point is, we're trying to come up with ideas about how the world works. We're no better and no worse than the men and women who have come before us and the men and women who will come after us. We're just trying to make.
You're acting like you know better than other people. That's what the problem with the.
We're not acting better, but to make an assumption about the world.
A lot of the boards.
Here's how I see it. Okay, the truth is subjective. We're all delusional according to other people.
It's not true.
No, it's true. It's literally true.
Fuck me.
No, it's true.
That's a fantastic troll. He's just going to disagree with everything we're going to say for no reason. Yeah. It's quite funny.
Fucking stupid, retarded shit.
What? No, I'm serious. Like your truth is subjective to me.
I'm not even like giving my opinion. I'm just sort of like saying you're stupid.
Yeah, that is your opinion.
I know that's pretty much exactly what you're doing.
What am I doing?
Can you prove your truth is the objective truth?
I'm just telling you that like what you're saying is fucking stupid because I sort of like felt the same thing a few years ago.
It's literally philosophy.
It's not philosophy. It's not philosophy. What's it got to do with philosophy?
It's stating that like reality is subjective, and you cannot prove.
I wasn't even talking about that. I wasn't even like sort of like. I wasn't even.
I think we should move on to a new topic. I think we can just.
I think we're.
Sam, my friend, you talk really fast. You sound really anxious. Okay, calm down, man. Everything is cool, man.
You're on some sort of addictive substance, Sam. You've been sniffing some powder.
Okay, well, let's just stick to a topic.
Yes, I agree.
Regarding the whole Twitter sphere, did Gina Carano deserve to be fired for her remarks comparing Her
Was I-
prosecution of conservative Americans to the persecution of Jews in Nazi Germany.
What?
Gina Carano recently got fired from The
The
Mandalorian.
the thick bitch from Star Wars.
Yeah, I think I'd say she's probably quite dumb, but I wouldn't say she deserves to be fired.
Yeah.
It's a
I-
stupid thing to say, but it's just
I,
like
I I'd have to. I think what the problem was is she meant to say something, but then she said something really stupid, and then that. I think probably what happens is she tried what I think she was trying to express is that the way American internet culture and like is going on, you're willing to like completely jump on to somebody who doesn't agree with you. And she thinks she definitely used a poor analogy, a boneheaded analogy. But I don't think that her message in itself was incorrect. But I think she used an incorrect analogy, and I think that was retarded.
I think you're retarded. What are you
you
talking
fire
about?
her, Moni.
From The Mandalorian, the Star Wars television show.
Just from whatever job you employ her for. She tweeted that out.
Sorry, faded out a bit there.
Would you fire her from whatever job you employed her for if
I
she or an employee?
I thought it was a bit weak, that tweet. Like, it seems like the follow-up to something bigger. I don't think that one was enough to really fire someone. Like, it's not Jewish space lasers.
Yeah, it's. I mean, like, I don't mean to be like pull the fucking Jew card, but like, I mean, I wasn't offended by it. Yeah, it was cringe. I cringed a little, but at the end of the day, people have the nuance to understand what she was trying to say, even though the way she said it was kind of cringy.
I remember an Asian woman saying like this thing, if she was offended when people asked her like ridiculous dumb shit about like Asia, like do you all know kung fu? She's like, no, you can't be offended when someone is stupid. Like that's it.
Exactly. Like I personally like The Mandalorian. I watched it. I like Gina Carano's performance on it, and I don't think it's fair to like for her just doing a boneheaded move, which you could tell it was boneheaded, not malicious, to be fired, because now she's gonna think, now she's probably going to like start being pissed off about like Hollywood, and who knows, maybe she's gonna get radicalized, and maybe someday she's gonna start disliking Jews just because of this, because people weren't willing to talk with her in a nuanced way about this.
What's that got to do with Jews? What the fuck are you talking about?
She did
Because
she has actually been offered a film role by Jewish person Ben Shapiro, but he's also like far right. So
yeah, but he can like he knew that she was like being nuanced about it. He analyzes.
Once you're mature a bit, you'll stop browsing /v and /bolt and /online game.
A film role from Ben Shapiro. Did you cut out there, Schubert?
And you'll stop looking at and stuff like that.
What I was saying is that I think my problem is that I believe this cancel culture stuff breeds animosity. I think this cancel culture thing breeds animosity in otherwise maybe foolish but well-meaning people, and this causes them to lash out and thus get angry at people that because they just don't understand that. She just like that's what I was talking about.
Interesting.
Wow, why did you mute Sam, bro?
Because he kept interrupting me. If he wants to come back,
you can just ask to speak.
Yeah, but like, he can come back. He can come back, and I'll mute him now that I've said my pace. But if he wants to leave like that,
it's not a true show if you don't let the people speak.
Speak. Yeah, of course. But if he's gonna keep interrupting me every 2 seconds while I'm just trying to say a simple thing,
Damn it.
The purpose of freedom of speech is to allow for debate. But if you if you conduct yourself in a way that makes debate impossible, then it kind of defeats the point of freedom of speech. Like you just start threatening people in a debate. That's why threats can't be covered by freedom of speech.
Yeah. To be fair, yeah. I was thinking about that. I probably shouldn't. Shijo probably shouldn't threaten me with death. That would be very bad.
regarding Chijo, just let you know what they said last time.
Oh, come
in case
on.
you
Let's
missed
come
it.
on, Chijo. Just talk. We just
Yeah,
want to
Chijo,
talk, man.
Their
squat up,
girlfriend is
Chijo.
freaking out and probably won't be able to do anything. I'm sorry, maybe in some hours. So if they do come on, it'll be like late.
Oh my god.
So
What a fag, man. Jeez.
Wait,
um,
is Chijo
I
is
thought-
Chijo transbian?
Yeah, it's a nice name for. I'm not gonna say it.
Wait,
We-
is
we all
Chijo
know.
is Chijo Asian, or is it just like a white chick who's like?
What? No. What? You what? Okay, repeat this.
what ethnicity is Chijo?
No, he's a fucking American, man. Like he's like pretending. He's a fucking weeb.
Okay. So he's like, wait, is he like LARPing as a transsexual? As like,
No. he's a transient. Oh my
okay.
god, Schubert, you will never get into his bird pussy. You misgendered him. It's over.
No, that's the point. I'm confused. Like, I am Confucius. No, I don't fuck with transbians anyway because they're usually kind of whack in the head.
No, he's bisexual. Like
Okay.
his whole shtick is that he goes out of his way to talk to men that reject him. I don't understand, but you know,
That's the same. It's same with Moni. Moni also has a massive self-esteem problem.
yeah, but
so.
like, see, they're both a bit mentally dysfunctional, but it's what makes them good in a way, you know.
Nah,
I don't know why.
I
I
don't stick my
talking
dick
to
in prison.
dysfunctional people because they have at least interesting things to say. You know, that's why I go on 4chan because everyone is mentally ill, and I feel I feel at home like mental illness.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
that's an interesting take, and I
It is
don't
true, it is
appreciate the comparison. I think I can just see the good in people, and
People are
ascertain the true
fundamentally
intentions.
evil.
No, they're not.
Yeah, people are fundamentally evil.
I used to think that until people started being nice to me.
Yeah, I used to think that until people started nice to me, and now I still think it because the only reason people are nice to each other is because we crave social attention and social approval,
I don't know.
and that's
I don't
that's
know.
why we're willing to
I don't expect anything. You know,
sacrifice.
I go
Do you
into
think
every
that the only
single
reason
situation.
people are moral is because of self-interest, ultimately?
Yeah, I
Yes,
agree.
100%.
Fuck morals. Fuck morals are fucking useless. Like literally, they will never fix any problem. They're like, oh my god, it's terrible to like lolicon. Like, no.
It's a very specific example there.
Very
Yeah.
kind of.
Let's talk about that.
Okay. We're gonna have to sit down, call over Chris Hansen here. Like,
It's okay. My reputation is lost. Britfeel will say, oh, watermelons.
yeah.
So is your opinion, should lolicon be illegal?
No, it should be legal.
It is illegal in the UK or England.
I believe it should be.
Legal in the UK now.
I believe it should be legal.
I mean, I personally believe, like, of course, child molestation should be illegal, but I think, like, if you just, I'd rather see like some fat guy like jerking off to like drawings of nasty shit than actually perpetrating the nasty shit itself. That's my opinion on it.
So I guess I'm just going to play devil's advocate, but is there the concern that instead of like releasing all that sexual tension, they'll just be like building more and more of it? The more they watch?
Because there
I think
literally are studies that prove the contrary. So it's
I think
literally
they'd
not-
have I think they'd have to do like psychological studies on that.
I
But
agree.
they are.
Okay.
The
That's the point.
interesting thing, though, is that like most people, they've got a sort of consequentialist view of morality, where if something causes harm, then it's wrong. But the
Yeah.
thing about, say, like lolicon, is that that's actually not how most of morality is, because the reason people are disgusted by someone who watches lolicon is not because of the harm that it causes, but because what it
the character
implies,
trait.
the nature, what it implies about the nature of the person watching it. Like
Exactly.
if someone,
Yeah.
and
was like-
that's a fucking stupid opinion, in my opinion. It's like,
So would you make any assumptions about, say, someone who was like masturbating to the Saw horror movies for like 24 hours?
I don't
Of
care- I
course,
don't care.
of course, I'd make an assumption about this person.
No, I don't care. I don't give a shit.
Like if I could find out like a pretend, like if I had some kids and I found a potential babysitter. Oh, they jerked up to Saw last night. Not gonna have that person as a babysitter
I don't fucking care, man.
because I don't want my kids to I'm gonna take them there and then like tomorrow like my little Moisha is gonna be like has his head chopped off and put on a stick.
I mean, look, if he did that, that's another story, man. But literally, you can fat to anything, except if it's like actual like child porn, which
Yeah.
implies that you abuse a child to make it.
Yes.
That
yes.
is wrong, obviously. Like now, but like I don't care. Like if it's not harming anyone, who
Like
gives
like
a shit?
I
For
understand.
example, sorry, go on.
No,
Go
no,
on.
King Billy should have been speaking
Okay,
this whole
fair
time.
enough. Okay, so like, so wait, would you, if it was recorded somehow, you found out that a primary school teacher was watching a lot of Lolicon or Shotacon, would you not have deep concerns and want them fired if you were a parent?
No, I don't think so.
What about you, Moni?
What was the question again? It was I don't think I understood.
So if you have got a kid and you're sending it to primary school, elementary school, whatever they call it in someone else's country, send them to primary school, and you found out for somehow that their primary school teacher watched
okay.
Lolicon and Shotacon, would you not want them fired?
I'd feel uncomfortable. Well, I'd have to give them the benefit of the doubt, really, and
Oh
assume
my
that they're not really, because they
No,
wouldn't be in that position.
Okay, listen. Let's make a difference. If I found a fucking teacher was wanking it to actual child porn, yes, I would be very concerned because the piece of their fantasies is little children, and they teach little children. That is
Well,
a problem. The
that's
Lolicon
just-
is not that. It's
but-
not that at all.
I mean, I personally am not really into the whole lolicon thing, but what I assume is that that's like the proxy of child pornography.
It's a proxy, but it's not the same thing. It's like it's the same thing as a trans woman. Like they say it's a real woman, but it's not. It's literally the same thing.
Oof. But like that aside, I think the reason a lot, like at least I'm gonna assume this. I think the reason people masturbate to lolicon is because they're too scared of getting got by the cops to like jack off to the real thing.
No,
right?
actually, I've met some people who jack it off to lolicon who never do it to child porn because they're aware it's hurtful and like they get discomforted. But because they told me this is someone told me, they said that in lolicon every single thing is fantasized and like how to explain, like perfected with in which a universe in the universe where a child would actually like that, but it's not the case in reality, so they get disgusted by it. So I think there's a big difference.
How far do you? Well, what about those people who get like delude themselves into like thinking that like that their partner's gonna like it or something, like the actual
that's
crazy
another thing entirely. They're long far gone at this point.
I mean, and so for that reason, I think a person who's into lolicon is not just out of complete happenstance going to try to become a primary school teacher.
I mean,
it's quite to use the youth language. It's quite sus at the very least.
Okay, but like, imagine this. Okay, imagine if a person became a teacher specifically for this, but eventually, like, they learned a new coping mechanism with like lolicon, just so they wouldn't hurt children. Like,
yes,
would you actually trust them if they told you that? They told you, well, I'm aware.
Of course, I'd not trust them. I think the minute you find out a person who works, with children is whether acting or non-acting, a pedophile, I don't think they should be permitted to work with children in a professional environment.
I disagree. I trust.
I don't, because I don't think it's fair for the safety of the children. I think every child, at least in the Western world, where you can control such things to some extent, should have the right to have to grow up in a place.
Okay.
Where you have at the lowest possible chance of getting molested.
Okay, here's what I would do if I was at your place.
And of course, you can't, stop everything. Of course, there's going to be people who hide it, but I think you should be able to, remove as many variables as possible.
But like, imagine in your case, okay. So imagine if you found out about this. I think a much like saner route to actually give the person a chance. You don't know what their motivation is. Maybe you should confront them about it. You say, "Well, I know you're doing this. So what's going on?" And like, if they came up with like an enough securing position as like, "Well, yeah, I thought about this, and I prefer to do this, not to basically." Fall into the dark hole of like blah 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 blah. Would you start trusting them if they actually admitted it and came forward with it and say, "Well, yeah, this is"?
I would trust them. I would definitely trust them as a human being and be less physically disgusted by it. But I still would not trust them around my children.
Okay, that's
I
fair.
think
I mean,
I don't
your
know.
I
question.
wouldn't want this like if you have like I wouldn't want this person like killed with like pitchforks and stuff, but I would want them to stay away from my kids.
Mm.
Is it intentional that you're presenting it as a coping mechanism because that implies that there is a danger, they're aware of the danger themselves?
I mean, that's definitely the impression I got from the people that did this. Like some of them that said, "All right, no, I'm actually not interested in the real deal. I just whack it to Lolicon because it's better." Blah blah blah. I definitely met like one person on 4chan that said, "Yeah, you know, I've actually developed these feelings, blah blah blah, and I'd rather not like go down this rabbit hole." So I met both. I don't know. I
Yeah.
talk to weird people on 4chan.
What if
you
someone
know?
says they're not attracted to children and they just watch Lolicon to for to get it off?
Because again, like they explained to me, it's not the same thing. It's just like an ideal version of like what their fantasy is. It's not the reality. The reality is much more grim.
Yeah.
Like in order to actually have sex with the child, you would need to hurt them, and you would see it happening. So it's very much different than like the fantasy, you know. And in the same way, again, we could take this with like literally every single fantasy ever. You see people with like virgin on 4chan, they'll be like, "Oh, I want to have sex. Oh, I want to fuck a woman," and then they do it, and it fucking sucks because it's not their fantasy. That's the same thing in my eyes. Like, I don't know. Like,
Yeah, but they still end up doing it, right?
yeah, but like it's the same
But
kind of like
imagine
logic.
if you, but then imagine like at the end, like if you want to apply that logic to this case, at the end of the day, whether the person enjoyed it or not, you got a raped kid on your hands.
Yeah, that's
And
kind of a perverse
the,
thought,
the,
yeah.
the point that I'm trying to come with is that I understand that these people are legitimately sick, and if they don't act on it, as far as I find it personally irreprehensible and disgusting in an objective manner, they still have not performed as a crime. However, I think that it is the responsibility of a person with such a sickness to either prevent themselves from working with children of their own volition, or if it's proven that these people are working with children, that
Well,
they
see,
should be, while peacefully and respectfully, removed from this occupation and placed in an occupation
well,
where they have
I think
no
this
contact with
is
children.
really sorry. I'm sorry for cutting you. I'm just
It's
really
it's it's
sad.
it's fine.
Okay, so basically, my view on this is why. Okay, this is gonna sound very fucking controversial,
It's
but
fine. Sure.
this is why we should like open the discussion about this and like a bit like destigmatize the discussion. Like even though it's like really fucking hard, I'm not saying normalize pedophilia. Like God fucking no, like that's so bad. But
Yeah.
at least open the discussion and like say, okay, guys, this is what's happening. If this is happening to you, you can talk it. You can talk about it to a therapist, and you can like devise coping strategies, blah blah blah. And then like the problem would be much as apparent. I think a big part of the problem with all this is like nobody wants to talk about it, and every time it's brought up, we say, "Black people, we should fucking kill them." Like that's part of the problem. And in some cases,
I'm not saying we should kill them, because then it pushes them further underground. I'm saying though that we should put some clear lines, like that they cannot work with children.
yeah, but that requires discussion, and there's no
Yes.
discussion happening.
I would say we'd have to wait for a different political climate, because currently I am personally very scared that there's a lot. I think there's a lot of people that are angry at the LGBT movement. I'm very scared that if we were to bring something like that this anger would that would be like the tipping point, and then they blame gay and trans people.
Yeah, but
on this kind of shit.
That's a fucking pole psyop, man.
I think it'd be the opposite. They'd probably welcome them, and that's what I'm afraid of.
Yeah, see, this is what I like about Paul. Like they will claim one moment, they say, "Wow, pedophilia is bad," but then they will use pedophilia to like fuck over some people, which is very funny to me. But
I just think the whole thing is, I think maybe in 20 or 30 years or something, but I like the emotional part of my brain says, fucking, of course, kill them all, throw them in a fiery pit of hell, but logically that simply doesn't work. And while these sick, disgusting people are out there, they still are technically humans, and if they do not act on these vile urges, should at least been given the benefit of the doubt to live a life where, while yes, they stay away from kids, is outside of that,
You seem
not in like
very
death pits.
passionately against them. Like you keep calling them vile, sick human beings.
Yeah,
They're not
it's
even
just
human.
I know I do I do definitely qualify them as human, but I do believe it's important to, while qualifying them as human, to differentiate, whether these people are permitted to work with kids or not. That's the point I'm trying to make, and I fully understand that. My point is, it is very much from the emotional side of my brain. I'm not trying to say, like I'm completely right, but I do believe the one thing that I'm saying that is completely right is that they should be at least barred, or at least very minimum restricted heavily from working with kids.
I like this comment. Why is the LGBT community so insistent on legalizing pedophilia?
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the opposite. Damn it! My words have been twisted. No.
It's over. It's your fault, Hubert.
Oh shit. At least,
Yep.
gotta go put on a white suit and kill myself.
You're part of the problem. You're not no better than a pedophile. It's over for you, man.
Dang it.
Damn it.
All the twinks I fuck are 18 and up.
Oh man. Oh. I saw a really funny argument from radical feminists. Okay, so it goes like this: if you fuck a woman that shaves her legs, you're basically a pedophile because adult women grow hair. So if you fuck a woman that shaves their legs and look more infantile, you're a pedophile. That's the most beautiful opinion I've ever seen. Like, this is so good.
So if you're attracted to women from East Asia who generally don't have hair on their legs,
Allegedly, that's just a myth that incels have come to believe. Just like everything, they believe their anime waifus look exactly like Asian women, whatever.
Man, they do look like
people generally they're not less hairy. It's not like a myth. Like even East Asian men.
Yeah, like why else do you think, East Asian, transsexuals pass so well?
Man.
I'm just saying that there's some things that are exaggerated about their features.
I'm sure they're exaggerated, but it's not like,
Yeah, like every exaggeration has grounds for reality.
Oh, okay, but yeah, you were about to say your thoughts on the whole being attracted to chinks is like being a pedophile. Yeah.
No, I was saying that like the argument's ridiculous because that means that like if you're interested in women from Japan or like China, and then that must mean you're a pedophile. Like it's utterly ridiculous.
I mean, you're a pedophile. It's over, man.
Yeah, you could. Do you think the thing is like it's like horseshit? You can only want to have sex with white fat women.
Yep.
And then everything else, because everything else is evil. Because you're only allowed to have sex with white people. Oh wait, slippery slope right into the
look. I love this. I love this comment. It's how they are. Think about it. Why are twinks so popular? Because they look underage. They are simply nonsense. This is exactly the same opinion. Magnificent.
I mean, yeah.
The same opinion.
Yeah, it's like those mask for mask guys. It's like get fucking wrecked, get shreked.
Yeah, I mean it's over, Schubert. We all know you're a nonce now.
Yeah, no, dang it.
Yep, I'm calling the police on you.
Gotta get that femboy's birth certificate so I can prove he was over 18. Shit.
No, but it doesn't matter. You're still a pedophile.
Dang it.
Someone can be 50-year-old if they look like a little girl. You're a pedophile.
It's the 2,000-year-old twink. No.
What if they are actually under 18 or under 16, but they look like they're 80?
Yeah, that's
like
actually a funny.
Yeah.
Like someone with progeria, that disease where you age really quickly when you have progeria.
This is where the funniest opinion about like pedophilia actually came up. Do you know Yandere Dev?
Yeah.
Okay, so basically he made a post so fucking funny. Like I will never forget this. He said that instead of age of consent, we should have a test to prove someone is sexually mature.
Oh no!
And then if they pass it, they're sexually mature, and we can fuck them.
Oh god! There's so many old people who told fuck that. Like speaking of progenitor, I can just imagine. Like imagine you're like this guy and you're like really into gilfs, but you know they're like old and decrepit, so you don't want to break their hips. So you find like this person who's like she's like really fit, but she looks like a gilf, and you're like balls deep. Then her dad comes in, and you find out she's actually 14, but she has progenitor or whatever the fuck that's called.
Yeah, for
Like,
sure.
imagine like you waited your whole life to fuck the perfect girl, and she's like fucking underage, and then you go to jail for child molestation because you just try to get in like gilf pussy.
Dude, I need to find that post. It's so fucking good. Okay, let me find it.
There's a lot of talk about illegal matters.
Yes.
Let's talk about ones that are illegal. You're talking to mention gilfs. Do you think it's very common to find men who are really, really attracted to like 70, 80-year-old women?
No, it's I'd say it's very rare.
In the UK, there's that taxi driver who raped a lot of old women, and his defense was, "Oh, why would anyone want to do that?" So they didn't want to put him.
Oh, that's mean. That's fucking mean. Like it's true, but it's still really fucking mean.
Okay,
It's ironically one of the strangest. It's probably one of the rarest fetishes I would have thought.
Yeah,
okay, guys, I need to read this because it's so fucking good. All right. So he explains that there's a person called N that got so traumatized by his post, and he thought he was a molester. Okay, and he says, and I'm quoting this: "I pointed out that there are many people under the age of 18 who have had sexual experiences without being traumatized. I pointed out that some people aren't ready for sex even after age 18. All human beings are different from one another. Thus, one age of consent will not work for all humans. I attempted to propose the idea of finding another way to determine whether or not someone is ready for sex, such as passing a test that grants a sex license. Regrettably,
oh my god,
these concepts were simply too complex for poor Anne to grasp, intent on forcing me to answer a question that would allow her to brand me as a pedophile. She demanded to know if I would permit a 14-year-old to have sex with a grown man if the 14-year-old had passed the sex license test that I proposed. Well, obviously, if there's a test that objectively proves that a person is ready for sex and a person passes that test, then that person is objectively ready for sex. This is simple logic, but I lack the mental capacity to figure this out for herself."
like I don't understand why anybody would want to have sex with a 14-year-old. I just don't.
Oh, this is too
What
good.
would the test consist of? What would the test consist of exactly? Like an actual realistic test.
You never described that.
It's probably like, do you want to have my pee in your booty hole? And it's just that, but like Comic Sans.
Or maybe it's just be like a maths and history test, just so like that'll motivate kids to study or something.
Yeah, because like I just like, oh man, I really want to fuck this pussy, but I gotta pass the test, man. And it's like, oh shit, who was what happened in 1888? You failed the test, you can't get your cunny.
I'm gonna go.
Oh, I actually learned something about Germany, and
Oh no.
yeah, I watched a little series of cartoons on Otto von Bismarck.
Fucking the young guy, yeah, the one where you talk about the fucking cartoon, yeah.
Yeah, let's see, like one of those extra, no, or history
Yeah,
matters, one of those. Knowledge.
extra credit, yeah.
Would you say that's of good quality? Because a lot of it seems to be focused on when he was young rather than when he was old, and we're not really seeing much of the mustached old man. It's more.
I mean,
He's a
Bismarck's
chipper.
golden age was when he was old, and most people know about Bismarck from his older years, which is, I think it's good that they are like talking about his younger times because. So yeah.
Okay.
I think because like almost like there's so many documentaries about Bismarck when he's old. I mean, like that was also when he did the most important stuff of his life. But so I think it's a nice welcome change. Like to hear about like the greatest German statesman who ever existed.
It was a bit complicated though. I don't get why it was so hard, but to put together all the German people, like.
Well, I mean, they like most of them, most of the different German states just hated each other because, like, for bureaucracy reasons, people had their own motivations to do stuff. I mean, like I could also ask the same thing. Why don't the British and the Americans and the Canadians and Australians get together? They have the same language. They have comparable cultures. But,
Well, we were together originally.
yeah, but there's a reason why you no longer are. People. And in the case in the Germans, we realized, we needed the security of numbers to defend ourselves from the Russians and the French and the British, and also to be able to have a good place and a strong place in Europe, in the world. So, but to be fair, Germany, the way it is today, is just Prussia with a couple sprinkles of other stuff. So,
But Prussia isn't entirely part of Germany anymore. Prussia has been split between quite a
yeah,
few countries now.
yeah, but like you know what I mean. Like the German spirit is mostly the Prussian spirit.
I see. Britfeel is getting red pilled on the age of consent test.
Oh no.
Truly beautiful.
Is there any massive independence movement in Germany for the different Länder, I think you call it?
Not really. There are some people, they're known as like the Reichsbürger. They want to go back to the old German borders because they're still mad because apparently they have like the great granddad as property in Poland or some shit. But that exists, but not really in the same extent of like, I guess like Texas segregationists or Confederates in the US and stuff. Nothing really.
So generally, you would probably consider the person who wants to expand Germany, like to the old borders, like into Poland, probably like low key a bit of a Nazi.
Oh, I wouldn't say 100% Nazi, but definitely, like on the Nazi spectrum, if that makes sense.
Right.
Like, I mean, I understand the motivation to expand and conquer, but I think there are more important things that Germany has to worry about.
That's interesting.
I mean, I love a good old conquest as much as the next guy, but I think in this for the purpose of international stability and not having another war when we're very much. I think maybe once China's settled and we don't have to worry about China, then we could worry about going on a glorious.
Poland, we'll get third time's the charm.
That's the job. But no, but in all seriousness, like if I want to be completely objective about it, I don't think we really have any quarrels with Poland. And I think Poland is putting, and aside from Poland's human rights problems with gay stuff, I think Poland is doing pretty
And
well for the
abortion.
EU. Yeah, but outside of those issues, I think in external politics, I think Poland is doing really well for the EU. It's doing a lot of good stuff with research, and I have no interest in. If I was, say, the German Chancellor, the Bundespräsident, or God forbid, the Deutscher Kaiser, then I personally would have no interest in harassing the Polish.
Okay, well that's fascinating.
Fucking Britfeel is insane, man.
This is pretty much why the UK left, because we hate the Polish so much.
Why? Poles they're okay. I mean, they're not great, but they're pretty okay.
Because well, I suppose you've got even more Poles in your country than we do, so maybe that's why you're more tolerant. Because they, like when Poland joined the EU and started coming over here, I'd say that's probably where it all changed and where public opinion changed on the European Union.
My only opinion about Poles is I knew someone who was a Pole, and he was transgender. He basically organized a server for voice training, and he basically banned me from the server because I stated he had a meltdown one day for like 20 minutes straight in VC. He was like, "Please don't talk about religion. It triggers me," because obviously, trans, like anti-trans stuff was going. So he had a bit of a meltdown going on. So I was like, but God is my best bro. Like, what the fuck? And he banned me. No motherfucker.
I mean, I can understand where he's coming from because Poland is so heavily Catholic, and so I can understand like the a Polish homosexual, transsexual having quite a bit of a gruff with religion. It's as a concept. But I definitely do not believe that religion and homosexuality and transsexuality cannot coexist.
No, but like, see, no, this guy literally had a meltdown. I'm not even joking. It's like not even like saying "fuck, I hate Catholics." It's like, no, Catholics exist. You know, like that kind of shit.
Okay, so
And like Pete, like the guy will literally cry and scream in VC about Adam and Eve. You know, I don't know.
so he's just
kind of weird.
yeah. Okay, basically, like I understand where he's coming from in theory, but I mean, that's just like
I
dude,
can't believe you misgendered another tranny, man. You're
like
you're not getting in the pants.
it just you keep confusing me because you keep misgendering them. Like, what am I supposed to do? You know these people, I don't.
Yeah, I've noticed that a lot. You've got a habit of referring to everyone as he.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, but no, I do it because I don't believe it matters. Like,
Well, why don't you just say they then? That's neutral.
well, I guess, but like they're not here. Like for me, I consider compassion for all beings. But if they're not in the conversation and they're literally not gonna listen to this, why would I respect their pronouns? Why? I don't care. Like, it just happens to be the words leaving my mouth. You know.
Okay.
I don't know if that makes sense.
The pronouns thing is interesting because generally when you're speaking to someone, I guess you never really use their pronouns generally. Or you either use their name or you say you. But
Yeah,
it's become such a big thing, I think, largely just because of Twitter. I think it is just Twitter, like because you're mentioning people who can see what
and
you're
of
saying
course,
about
like
them.
Tumblr and stuff.
Yeah.
Like all the Tumblr people moved to Twitter.
Yeah, definitely, yes.
Uh,
What even is Tumblr like now?
I don't know.
Let's go. Invite her.
Tumblr
I say her.
advocated more creativity, though.
Yeah, creativity and like how can we get this Steven Universe fan artist to kill herself?
Tumblr was mainly like sort of teenage girls who were into like art and social justice and fandoms and self-harming and eating disorders. That was it, basically.
Wasn't there this one chick on Tumblr who like dug up a corpse from a graveyard to do some Wiccan shit?
That wouldn't surprise me. There's a lot of that kind of weird stuff.
Like Tumblr Bone Thief. Yeah, Tumblr Bone Thief, YouTube. Tumblr which you got caught stealing bones.
That's
like
gross, but that wouldn't surprise me since there's like porn on Tumblr as well.
there's a difference between jerking off to like as much as I fucking hate furries. I mean, I'd rather talk to a furry than a grave robber.
I don't know. I would find it pretty weird. I used to be a part of the Danganronpa fandom because I'm a faggot that likes anime.
I would have never guessed that you used to be part of the Danganronpa fan.
Ultimate hope, you know.
Yep.
But yeah,
I only
there's a lot
played
of
the first
weird
game,
shit.
though.
There's a lot of weird shit going in there. Like there is a thing called kins. Is that how it's called? Yeah, kins. Do you know what kins are?
Yeah, when like people like try to like identify as like fucking dragons and shit, right?
Oh no! A kin is like taking a fictional character and and like saying, yeah, it's me. So yeah, for example, we'll take the character as my PFP. It's like Nagito Komaeda. So there are people who legit believe they are kin with Nagito Komaeda. So they literally believe they are Nagito Komaeda. And so, as a virtue of that, big spoiler in the game, Nagito cut his own arm to replace it with Junko Enoshima's. So there are people who legit cut off their fingers to do that.
Wait, wasn't Joe? I remember I only played the first game back when I was a teenager.
Yeah, no, there's a second game. In the second, I just spoiled you the second game.
I'm not gonna play. I'm not gonna. The only reason I played the first game is because I was trying to get in some pants of some anime bitch who really liked it. So I'm not gonna play the second game.
Classic Schubert. All right, but basically, in the second game, there's Nagito is revealed to have cut his own arm to have the arm of Junko Enoshima.
Junko was the crazy hot chick with the pigtails, right?
End. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I wanted to go balls deep in that when I was a kid. Yeah, she was totally my waifu.
Yeah, she was insane. But like basically, so people on Tumblr will literally justify being retarded, shitty to people just because of that. And there's like people recorded evidence of someone cutting their finger to do just like what Nagito did, which I found pretty amazing. You know, they're literally cutting their finger off and like screaming in agony. So
the quote Hank Hill. That boy ain't right.
Yeah, this is like the weird shit. There's also like again kin with Junko and Oshima. So what they do, they literally used to go in graves and like desecrate graves just because that's what Junko and Oshima would do. I don't know. I don't understand.
I thought she like cut off guys' dicks with scissors and shit.
No, like she's despairing card and blah blah blah. So like they would record themselves trashing some graveyards and saying, "I'm Junko Inoshima, so it's perfectly good." And
Wait,
yeah,
oh
they
no,
got in
she was
trouble.
the. Oh wait, maybe I'm mixing the characters up.
Did you see the end of
yeah,
Danganronpa one?
yeah. I played the whole
Okay,
first
yeah.
game. Oh yeah, Juko Onishima. Yeah, she was the fucking crazy pigtail bitch. No, I was thinking, who's the fucking scissor chick?
No. You're not thinking of the right person. Okay, let
Scissor
me link it to you.
Danganronpa. Genocide. Toko Fukawa. Yeah, she's the one I wanted to fuck back when I was a kid. Yeah, I really want.
No, it's not.
Yeah, Toko was
That's
the one
not
I
her.
wanted to bang.
That's not her. All right, let me link it to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is who I'm talking about. Junko Inoshima.
Yeah, I just looked at. She's like the chick with the pigtails who ended up getting like crushed by like 5 tons of bricks and shit.
Yep, she dies. But she's insane, and people just roleplay as her. Like, so yeah, the Danganronpa fandom is literally insane, and the proof of that is I am standing before you, and I'm an insane person. So,
Well, good that I dodged that bullet.
I like Danganronpa. It's pretty great. I like it. It gets rather philosophical.
Would you recommend I play the second game after I've played like the other 50 games I have on my list?
Oh yeah, like the first game is actually the worst one. So
really, because I thought it was a pretty decent game. I just never.
Oh no, the second game gets way better.
Wow, dang!
It's so good, so fucking good.
Oh wait, I forgot. This is the black chick with the fucking donut thing and the fitness. Did she survive?
Aoi. Yeah, she survived.
Yeah, she was fucking hot as well.
Yeah,
like that game has so many. Like, who's the? He also has like one quality guy in there. What was that fucking guy's name? The guy who's always like, he was like the tight ass who's always like about the rules and stuff. And
Kiyotaka. Yeah.
That was like the what was it?
Kiyotaka Ishimaru.
Kiyotaka Ishimaru. Yeah, he was so cute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's kind of good, but like, if you like the characters in the first game, I consider the characters in the first game to be the weakest point of the first game. So of the entire series, I mean, the second game has a way better cast. Like,
really? Well,
yeah.
Maybe I'll give it a try one of these
times. It's so fucking good, Jesus. And the third game is all like V3 is like also very good. I would describe it like this: the first game has the best atmosphere. The second game has the best characters, and the third game has the best cases. That's basically how I would describe it.
Yeah. Neat.
But what game does the anime cover? Is that just the first game?
No, there are 2 animes of Danganronpa. So there's like the anime adaptation of the first game, which is fucking awful. Don't watch that.
Oh, okay, that's the only one I've seen.
Well, you basically wasted. No, it's so bad compared to the visual novel. So there's that, and then there's another anime which comes after you're basically supposed to watch the anime after the second game. That anime, and it's cheesy as shit, and it feels pretty bad at times, but it's, if you're a true fan, you just sit through it and get it over with.
Yeah, I didn't really get the ending.
Yeah, of the first game.
I've only watched the first season of the anime.
Yeah, so but yeah, it's basically like it's supposed to make no sense, but in the game it actually makes more sense. And this is why I don't like the anime. It's like plenty of shit in the anime doesn't make sense unless you actually played the game, because it explains a lot more things in more detail. So, and it gets pretty good. And this is I get so triggered when people talk about Danganronpa because they're so fucking retarded. Like the way people talk about Chihiro actually makes me angry.
Wait, Chihiro was the femboy, right?
Yeah, but like, here's the thing: the trans community says, "Well, she's trans woman. She's always been," and it fucking triggers me, man.
I mean, I don't know anything about that. Like,
No, in the game, he literally says he's a guy, and literally, this is literally the reason why he dies.
Ah, fuck! I forgot. I remember that like being a fanboy in that game, but I don't really remember whether like.
No, okay. So basically, like he reveals to a character he's a guy and wants to be strong, and the other guy gets triggered and says, "Wait, you're mocking me? I'm not strong enough," and then he dies. That's basically how he dies. So saying like Chihiro is a trans woman is literally fucking retarded and going against the plot. So. Yeah.
Which is kind of a bummer. It's like wait, that's a good thing. Are there any like genuine trans characters in like anime that I can only think of one.
I can only think of one, and it's in Zombieland Saga. That's basically it.
Wait, I thought that was just like an American like misdub.
Oh no, I don't know. No, it's like canonically trans. I think. I
Really?
never watched that, but I was always told it's canonically trans.
Huh. I mean, the only trans character I actually know on like manga is like Claudine. She's like a trans man, but like he's a trans man. But it's the only like one that I actually know.
I don't know.
Steins Gate's a kind of, but
no, it's not a kind. Fuck you, Moni. What the fuck? It's not a kind. No, it's not a kind of. This is a problem. It's not a kind of. It's like it's like fucking the fucking. I don't remember our fucking name now. Naoto, I think. Naoto from. Let me check. Okay. Yeah, like Naoto. Naoto from Persona 4. People keep saying
Naoto is not trans.
He's not trans. He's not. She's not fucking. I say he because I figured. She's not trans. She's literally not trans.
Yeah.
Oh my god!
Like the whole, but I do like the idea that the whole fucking like was what was that guy, the blonde guy from Persona 5 or 4? I mean, what was his name again?
The blonde guy
from Persona 4.
I don't remember.
The biker guy. Sick.
Oh yeah, I remember. Fuck, I don't remember his name. I heard the Persona.
Was he Kanji Tatsumi? Yeah. Was he actually gay, or was he just confused about his sexuality because he really wanted to bone Naoto?
But the thing about Naoto is, there's literally a portion of the game where you can literally choose her gender. So canonically, she's not trans. Like it's so fucking weird. Like,
yeah.
The thing is, it's so funny because like the trans communities are, well, Naoto is a trans man actually, but they also say it's a transphobic game because you can decide the gender of a person. So I don't know.
How's it transphobic to make up your own fucking game?
It's transphobic. Yeah, I don't know. It's so retarded.
Yeah, I don't know. I preferred Persona 3 personally because I like the
and
characters.
also like they did the same shit with like one of my favorite mangas, which is called My Wife is a Man. It's supposed to be retarded. You've never seen that?
My Wife is a Man.
Yes. Okay. Let me show you. It's ironically one of my favorite mangas.
It's like the end of that movie, Some Like It Hot. The end where they're trying to pretend to be a woman until the last he reveals it.
Okay.
Harold, I'm a man. Nobody's perfect.
This is what it's a retarded manga, but it's on purpose. It's supposed to be retarded, but it's my favorite one because it actually goes into details about like why shouldn't I call myself a woman, and like the main character will actually say why the like his wife, quote unquote, should not call himself a woman. And that's what I found powerful about this. And it actually changed my life back when I was a tranny. I was like, wow, this is so powerful. It actually moved me. This is why it's one of my favorite languages.
I will think that there's like a problem about like gender non-conforming males being told like, oh, you gotta be trans. It's like,
I hate this. It's so stupid.
Like, I don't know. I know I'm not trans, so I've never been trans. I don't have a dog in the fight, but I just like they don't take away all the cute guys and tell them to be like fucking trans. It's like, no, I mean, that's whack.
Just take the word of the author for it. Like he's the one that made it. Jeez. Yeah. Fuck. I hate this.
Okay. Well, let's just move on to one of our previously scheduled topics.
Where's Chijo? Where's Chijo? This is the topic. Get her here.
Not heard anything more from them yet.
But they're literally posting in MTFG. Come on, get him in. Get him in. Get him in.
I'm just gonna look to see if that is the case. Oh, there's a new thread.
Well, I said I sent Chijo an invite.
Fucking fag, not responding to invites. Jeez, I just
Oh
wanted to
yeah,
have a
just
dog,
posted.
man. Yep.
Yeah, they just posted.
Yep.
Okay, I'll reply, I guess.
By the way, there are only like 6 watching. Wow, a new low. We're not interesting enough.
It's just more of a hobby, really, ain't it? Uh, mm, oh, I'm just a sec. Okay. But yeah,
Just
just while I'm
I
doing that.
I just read the first chapter of My Wife is Man. It looks pretty cute. I might read that.
It's so fucking stupid, but it's one of
Yeah.
my favorite mangas.
It's nice. It's like cute bottom energy, and like I can subscribe to that.
Yeah, I like it. But then again, I'm a faggot, so you know, just
Yeah,
just take my word with a grain of salt.
No, it's fine. It's like, you know, this is the fag squad. This is Britfag radio anyway. So
What would you say is the worst piece of manga or anime you've ever seen? And is it
The
Boku no
worst?
Pico?
oh no, actually not. I was forced in a bet to watch that all the way through. It was fucking shit. But genuinely the worst piece of manga I've ever read.
The Boku no Pico wasn't that bad. I actually stopped through it and didn't feel anything for it, so you know, it wasn't that bad. Not that bad. I've seen worse. What is the worst piece of manga I've watched?
Like, do you mean like bad quality or like just repulsive?
Just bad.
Either one. The one that you like least enjoyed consuming.
Oh, what was that fucking thing with she like why they fucking ate the puppy? What was that?
Elfen Lied?
No, that was not the elfin lead. His baby's first guru.
There was a segment where a dog gets killed in that.
Yeah, but they don't show it, right?
No, they show the blood.
Yeah, but they show the blood. They don't show the actual visceral and gore and shit. But in this one anime, what's it called?
Well, to be fair, like I don't know much bad animes because I only watch good recommendations from A, so I only watch good anime.
I watch also, like I mostly read the manga, but I usually just watch anything that looks weird and nasty.
I think the only
here.
thing.
I found it. Midori.
That actually tells me something. I remember that.
Midori. I think that's what it was. Just make sure. Yes. That is just. It is just. Oh. Either that. I'd say for just vile nastiness, it's got to be Midori. For just a shitty story, I'd have to pick. I'd actually genuinely pick Naruto. Not even gonna lie.
Well, but part 1 was good.
It just.
I very much like the fucking Zabuza arc. The Zabuza arc was really good. I liked it very much.
It was okay. Maybe I should clarify. Naruto Shippuden, he had no personal growth. He did not grow emotionally from a child to an adult. He stayed a man-child, and he's just not.
Yeah.
The only reason they did the time skip is because it was trendy at the time. Because the guy personally, he admitted himself that he was just ripping off Dragon Ball Z.
Well, everything did time skips then.
Yeah,
One
but
Piece was the big one that was just before.
I think if I had to choose the worst piece of anime I watched, it's my first ecchi. It's okay. It's the first anime I searched up that I knew was an anime. So I don't consider Naruto to be my first anime because I didn't know it was an anime.
Yeah.
Or Dragon Ball Z or whatever. It was an anime called Kanokon. Nobody knows about it. I feel like I'm the only person that ever watched that fucking piece of shit.
What?
Kanokon. Okay.
Kanokon.
Yeah. Kanokon.
Like
K-A?
K-A-N-O-C-O-N.
No, K-O-N. Kanokon.
K-A-N-O-C-O-N.
Okay, let me show you. Let me...
It just this is the picture that I found on the internet of this.
Yes. This is that one.
Looks kind of like fresh tits, you know.
Yeah, but there's this... That's the
Does
first
it have like?
ecchi.
Is it like porn or is it ecchi?
No, it's ecchi. No,
I personally.
and there's implied porn at some point. So
What do you mean implied porn?
well, they talk about like dicks being as hard as ice, and then like almost fucking, and then an angel from the sky disagrees that it should have sex.
That's just so stupid. Imagine being cucked by God himself.
At the end, like, okay, so the whole premise of the thing is there's a boy, all right,
Yeah.
and there's like a millenary fox spirit that manifests before him and gets the idea that she should take his virginity. That's the whole that's the whole anime in a nutshell. And then there's another girl that is also a millenary spirit that tries to also take the virginity of the guy. So that's the whole plot. And at the end, I remember it finishes by the main guy basically taking it into the abuse and losing his virginity to the first millenary fox. It's legitimately the worst thing I watched.
I mean, frankly, yeah.
It's just so bad.
I mean, frankly, most ecchi is just pretty shit, pretty garbage. I mean, I don't understand. Like, why not just watch porn? Like, I can understand, like, in Japan, like, you don't have the opportunity to just watch porn because of like the censorship, and you know, it's actually pretty hard to get on. Like, I've heard this. I don't know if it's true, but I've heard that it's actually pretty hard to find internet, like Japanese language proper internet porn in Japan because of like copyright rules.
But then
and you have
Pixiv. There's Pixiv.
Huh.
There's Pixiv. You can literally find like a hentai in there.
Well, yeah, I mean, like actual like AJ.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah,
like you could like, but I think like I can understand like if you're like Japanese living in Japan, why you'd watch ecchi because you know you just don't really have that well of an access to it. But like if you live in the West, why fucking watch ecchi, man? Just go on Pornhub, jerk off to some fat bitch, you know.
That's for kids, isn't it? I mean, teenagers or whatever. Or...
Yeah, but still, like you can also still go on. Like I looked at Pornhub when I was a teenager. I mean.
It turned you by.
Damn, Chijo is dodging again.
Honestly, the only actually there's one ecchi anime that I liked, and I didn't like the anime. I liked the manga. It's Prison School. Prison School was cash.
It was funny, yeah.
It was fucking hilarious. That's the great thing about Prison School is you take away all the tits, take away all the fucking.
Is it the I don't remember, but is it the anime where like the manga anime? I watched the anime. Is it the anime where like they argue whether butts or
that's Prison School, my dude.
Okay, that's pretty best.
That's the thing about Prison School. It's just you take away the tits, take away the ass, take away the dumb shit. It's still fucking hilarious.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's what.
Another anime that triggered me is ReZero, the first season. It triggered me so hard.
Wait, isn't that like that's like the Cuck Queen anime, right?
It's literally the Cuck Queen anime with like what the fuck is her name?
I don't want to fuck you, Rem. I want to fuck Amelia.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, it made no fucking sense. Like I was like, okay, the show is actually going towards a direction that you know maybe chasing the princess is not actually the good thing to do, and he realizes that that Rem will always be by his side, and then at the end he just goes back for the princess like a fucking retard. It angered me so hard. And you know what angers me the most is that the most significant and best written character only appears in one episode. That is the part that triggered me the most. Like the guy, the fucking general, like killing the whale at the very end. Like this was the best written character, and yet, fuck, he only has one episode. I was like, whoa, this guy's the best. Why did they keep him?
Wait, what? Like ReZero General Whale? Because I never actually watched that. I just saw a couple memes.
Yeah.
You mean the white-haired guy?
Yeah, like the fucking old guy, and then like he has a whole episode of like, yeah, they go back into his backstory, why he's here, and like his romance with his wife, and like
He,
it's
he looks like
it's so fucking good. It's so fucking good written.
he looks like King Bradley and Alfred from Batman did a fusion dance.
I don't know. I was so pissed at that anime. Like Jesus Christ, why did they recommend it to me? Only for a faggot cat. Only for that. It was not worth it. I hated it.
So are you two familiar with the situation going on in Texas right now?
No.
No,
How
I
are
don't
you
care about
not?
the
It's
US.
like massive news.
Yeah, but
Um,
I don't live in America, and what they do has no effect on my
But it's
life.
like an international thing, and
No, it's
climate
not.
change.
It's an American problem, and the only reason it's international is because people are obsessed with American news.
okay. So
But it's
tell me
related to
what it's
climate
about.
change. Well, in Texas, which is normally a very hot place, one might even call it like a desert. Um, it's freezing, and they've lost electricity, and it's like minus 20 degrees or something, and people are freezing to death and
That's
starving
based.
to death.
That's based.
Nearly 60 deaths have been attributed to cold weather across the US. Because
That's a large
that's pretty
amount.
small. It's pretty small for the 300 million people.
It's more than nothing. I mean, like that. People don't just die from cold weather. That's like an event.
Okay, so like 14 million people have difficulty accessing clean water in Texas. That is actually
Oh,
quite a lot.
oh yeah, that's it. Because they still don't have electricity or clean water. That's it.
Well, that's kind of fucked up, but you know.
But I'm gonna take my leave since Chijo is not gonna come for today.
Come on, man, you're interesting here. You and King Billy are pretty much carrying this.
I mean, I'm just talking about random shit that's not interesting.
Who cares?
I'm just reading shit I read on the internet one day. And
Bro,
funny.
One Mind Syndicate gets away with that all the fucking time. Who cares?
I don't know.
Like
I
we
don't know.
like I'm not gonna be like begging you. I'm not gonna be like desperate or anything. But you know.
Well, maybe you should. Send me letters.
Would you say that either
please.
of you? We'll just have like one more topic conversation, and I'll see if it
Okay,
captures you or
sure.
not. So like,
Yeah, that's a
this
good
is-
idea.
This is the question. So
Alright.
like, you've talked a lot about pornography and about like hentai and the peculiar fetishes. So one of the things that people talk a lot about is that if you watch a lot of stuff, you have to go for more and more extreme to get the same effect, like a drug. Would you say that like watching pornography from a relatively young age, which is what most people do these days, has like affected your sexuality in any way?
I don't know. Like, I think it depends. Like, the problem is if you substitute porn for like a healthy sex life, that's definitely a problem. But otherwise, there should be no problem as long because see this is what I was talking about earlier. There's a difference between fantasy and like indulging in that fantasy. And so what's happening is like porn is providing you with like these fantasies, and when this fantasy isn't enough, you go to the next fantasy, to the next fantasy, to the next fantasy, and like when you have sex, you realize it sucks. So what you do is you give up on sex entirely, and you just you indulge in porn. So that's the problem.
Do you think that a lot of people actually that there are people who've done that? Is that one of the reasons that like the number of men who are completely sexless is increasing because they're just escaping to pornography and they're not even bothering to try?
Definitely, there seems to be an increase in that.
Yeah.
I think it's just the availability that makes it like so easy to actually become in tune with like the fantasy. So I'm not even sure how to fix it. Like, how do you fix such an issue?
I think the only way is to somehow make try to get the traditional concept of monogamous marriage back into the public mainstream. I don't believe it's possible by religious doctrine anymore, because it's kind of you'd have to find some new way to motivate people into getting it back into monogamy, because I believe the more more people pair up, the less people, statistically speaking, there's typically going to be less incels. there's going to be less people, who are, jumping on the internet for the next coom, because they're simply because if they have like I'm not saying like only have sex for the purpose of I'm not saying like you should have like, but I do believe that the traditional value of monogamy should be placed higher, because that also, then if you're having like regular vanilla sex all the time, you're not, and that satisfies your needs because you're having it with another person, then of course, you're not really going to go off the deep end and look at nasty shit on the internet.
Yeah, but the problem is that I see is that that just causes more Christian guilt. I was like, it's called Christian guilt. So whenever people, because it's normal, like you cannot stop it. Humans will develop like some sort of like fucked version of sexuality, and like that's how kings come to life.
Yeah.
And like according to Christianity, it's not right to have those kinds of feelings, and if you indulge in them, you're gonna basically like become a less good version of yourself. You will not like, want to like have sex with your wife as much, blah 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 blah.
That's why I don't believe that you should do that for a religious basis. You should find a secular reasoning, and that's the tricky thing.
Yeah, but it's the same kind of guilt. It's the same kind of guilt, in my opinion.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying that you shouldn't have kinky sex with your wife or your husband or your.
Okay, imagine, because the thing is with kinks is the biological basis, the basis of kinks is you live like children are called perpetual perverts. Which means they will take situations that are perfectly normal, like for example, I don't know, seeing your mom in boots, okay?
Yeah.
And they had like a sort of like fucked sexual experience at that moment that made it so seeing a woman in boots turns them on so fucking hard.
Yeah.
And so you would have to find specifically a woman to indulge in this if with your version, and that's really hard.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that you should and as somebody, I don't want to get too big into it, but as somebody who has quite a few, I personally believe, socially unacceptable fetishes as myself, I'm fully I accept completely that I will probably not find a person that will indulge in such things, and I have no interest in finding a person that will indulge in such things.
Okay.
Because I think it's also important. Because I think it's also important to separate between, as you said, fantasy and reality.
Okay, but how do you fulfill it? Like, do you just repress it, or do you?
Yes, I'd say it's a mixture between, like there's so many people out there who want to be a millionaire, who want to be a fashion model, who want to be a pop star, who want to be like football players, but at one point they accept, okay, this is not going to happen. I'm not going to get this dream. I'm going to, get a 9-to-5 job and live my life the best I can.
Yeah,
and so I think
hard for most people.
I think it's similar for. I mean, if everybody can do it on a job level or on an economic level, why can't we do it on a sexual level?
Yeah, but again, this is for me. This is quite utopian. Like this is basically expecting. Like literally, if people adopted your view of thinking, we would not have any problem in society because everyone would accept the situation as it is. But
yes.
It's not the case.
Like I personally like rather see it. I see it as like a sort of like a cost benefits thing when it comes to sexuality. Like you have either you have a person, you have nobody, and you fulfill all these desires by constantly going to fetish-based prostitutes or looking at weird internet, or you accept that you're not going to fulfill these desires and have somebody that you can like have a share loving relationship with, grow old with, have children with, or adopt children with, or whatever you wish.
Okay.
And for my personal, at least to my personal viewpoint, I think that it'd be much more fulfilling to have a person that you can have like average, okay sex with, have a great romantic relationship with, rather than just mind blowing sex every day. But
Okay. So here's my idea. Okay, you tell me if it's stupid. Why couldn't a person actually like have a mix of like healthy sex life and like accept they have these feelings inside of them and like indulge in them, but not in a way to replace the sex, just as an equivalent to sex. So like there's like the pleasure of sex and the pleasure of thinking about, I don't know, like the women in boots, for example. Would that work?
Well, of course, yeah. Like if you want to do like, I mean, I don't think anybody's gonna stop anybody from like if they see some woman on the side of the road with a booster, like they think to themselves like, but nobody's criticizing anybody for fantasy, but I think it's important to understand like, okay, this is a fantasy. It's nice that I have these thoughts in my head, but you know, am I willing to give up this relationship with this person
I don't think
to an
there's
actor?
any sacrifice at all. I think it's not needed at all.
I mean, if you indulge them, like if you cheat on your wife or husband
Oh
and
yeah,
go
no.
to a dominatrix, that
When I say indulging, it's like, for example, going on I don't know, some random porn site, just watching women in boots, like getting it
no,
off when it
that's
comes over.
that's fine. Like if you want to do that in your free time, and
Yeah,
go for it.
and this is what I mean. I think this is the fix of the problem. Is like accepting fantasies are fantasies, and that sex is sex, and there's a difference between the two, and the two can feel nice, and just like have a healthy mix of the two. That's
Yeah.
basically how I see it.
Yeah, I think because I don't know if you said this, but I think there's a lot of people in the world that cannot differ between sex and reality, and that's why a lot of people, both men and women, have a problem with too high dating standards.
Yeah. To be honest, if I were to date someone, I basically accept them even for their worst faults. And if I cannot accept that, I just consider it's not a strong enough relationship, and I say, okay, maybe
Yeah,
it's not gonna
exactly.
work
Like
out.
for me, it's just like if I expected every single of my potential dates to like follow every specific niche fetish that I have, I mean, I'd never get anybody. So at this point, I've been realistic. Okay, for when I have like okay, when I want a guy, I say, okay, he's not fat, he's clean shaven, and he's at least somewhat smart. That's all I need.
For me, it's like cost benefit. It's like
Yeah.
are the downsides significant enough to warrant like breaking up with a person? So, for
Yeah,
example, like
makes sense.
let's say for example, I date a woman and she has a habit of like getting into fits of rages because she's neurotic or something, or she has BP
Yeah.
or whatever. Okay, so what are the cost benefits? Is like I love her with all my heart, but she might kill me one day. So is there like the cost benefit becomes like, do I accept putting up with that? And if my answer is yes, I have no right about bitching about anything that happens with that. I just basically accepted that moment that I would deal with everything, and I would say, okay, that's a part of her. I accept it. So
A lot of what you lot have both been saying sounds a lot could just be applied to being gay or transgender. Just
I
repress
guess.
it and accept that you're not going to get it. So just get in a heterosexual
I mean,
relationship with a woman.
okay. No. Okay. Here's my thought. Okay, there's the reason transgender people specifically are not happy is because they are living a living contradiction. Okay, so here's the contradiction. They believe, for example, they believe they're a woman, but they see they're not a woman. That is a clear contradiction right there. So there are two pathways. Either you believe you're a woman, even though it may look like you're a guy, and in that case, why the fuck would you transition? Or you accept you're a guy, and why the fuck would you transition? Like, do you understand my viewpoint on this? Like, if you there's no contradiction, there's no need to transition because there's nothing to fix ever.
I'd say they're not trying to at least. Now, Moni, please correct me if I get something wrong, because of course I'm the only person in this conversation who is looking at this from a third-person perspective. I'm looking at this from the outside. But from what I've understood, is that the concept of transitioning is less about a desire to become a woman. It's more like to fulfill a societal role.
No, I think it's not about that. I think it's
like
not
like
about
like
that at all.
like with the good old like classic, like women wear dresses, women have breasts, women have vagina, women go like this, that's. I think this transition is to connect this belief of the inside with the reality, the way the effect from the outside into the inside out. That's what I mean.
Yeah, but you'll never get there. That's the problem. Like, the closer you get, the closer you will the more you will realize I'm not that. So for example, okay, let's say for example you look like a guy. Okay, at this point you're like, okay, yes, I'm not clearly not a woman. But maybe if I take hormones, it's gonna fix it. So you take hormones and it still doesn't work. You say, well, my face doesn't look good, and you say, okay, well, I'm gonna get a facial surgery. Then you say, well, but my tits don't look good. So you say, well, I'm just gonna get a boob surgery. Then you say, yeah, but women don't have penises. So you say, well, I'm just gonna get SRS. And then you're gonna go deeper and deeper and deeper. And even if we lived in a world where people could change their sex, there would still be contradictions that you would need to fix. And that is exactly why most trans people will never ever be happy. It's because there's always a contradiction they can never fix.
But I think it's more about also about the question about the outside performance. I mean, the average person who does not know much about operations, like if you look at like Blair White,
Okay.
if you wouldn't know she's trans in most cases, if you don't look super mega ultra close, you'd think she's a regular woman, right?
Okay. But here's the problem with that. Here is a big problem with that. You're basically like predicating the entirety of your existence, of the validity of your existence, on the viewpoint of others. I think I do not know anything like worse than this, because you are basically putting your entire trust in the universe into like saying, yes, you are this. And basically this is why trans people get mad about TERFs. It's not because they're stating a truth and they don't disagree with that truth. It's because they're literally predicating the entire validity of their existence on the viewpoint of others. So whenever someone says that their viewpoint doesn't align like with what they want, they just want to silence the opinion. But that doesn't mean it's right to do so. I think it's actually profoundly like so stupid and so hard, so dangerous to predicate the entire validity of your existence on what other people see you. That is literally how people go mad. Like, so again, I think it's a contradiction. It's going to be a contradiction. Like, you will never convince the entire world that you're a woman. Like, this is the truth. You will never convince Arcoid that you're a woman. You can try every single day. She will not take it. She will not believe it. Like,
but it's also like a certain, like, isn't there like a certain factor about convincing yourself based off of, societal acceptable portrayals of women? Like, that's the reason, like, you have, like, that's what I was saying before, like, you use women's restroom, you pass.
Yeah, but passing, this is what I mean. Passing is literally like hoping people say something about you, and like, if they don't say you're invalid. And this is why it causes like the entirety of like so many bad feelings in trans people. I say this because this is what I lived through. So
I know, and I'm not trying to. By the way, I'm not trying to like say like I'm right, you're wrong. I'm just trying to understand and compare my understandings of the situations with your understanding of the situation.
Okay, but my understanding of the situation is this. Okay, I'm a subjective idealist. I don't know if you know what that means.
I'm not gonna lie and say I do, but
I know what the word subjective means, and I know what the word idealist means.
Yeah, same. I know
when you put them together, I'm gonna hazard a guess that you think it's something like idealism as opposed to kind of empiricism, was that essentially the kind of reality, the ideas. I'm a bit drunk right now, but the ideas that fundamentally underpin reality is sort of like Platonism. That there's like a kind of the kind of fundamental nature of reality. There's like a kind of Platonic world, like Plato thought that like maths lived in a kind of different existence, but subjective would mean individual to your own experience. So I'm guessing that subjective idealism means you think that like the fundamental nature of reality depends on the individual person, would be my guess.
It's okay. So it goes like this. There, in my view, the world doesn't exist. Only ideas exist. Subjective reality means there is no objective truth. It's only truth if you believe in it. So it's your truth. Basically, this is a word your truth comes from. It's as long as you believe something is true, it is true in your world. And there's nothing you can say and prove to someone that you're actually right or wrong. So it's true in your world, and nobody can prove you're wrong. That's important, as long as you believe it. So with my view, the problem with transgender people is they don't believe they're a woman, so it's not true on a subjective level. So why would you like predicate your identity on the subjective truth? Because the thing is, the subjective truth is the truth to the people you're talking to, and there's nothing you can do to actually prove them wrong. So why would you, and basically my stance is this, why would you actually like do this maddening thing, where the only thing that matters is your own truth, what you believe. This is the only thing that matters, and this is the truth. So this is why I said there's like two options for me for this whole transgender thing. Either you believe you're a man, either you believe you're a woman, no matter what happened, and no matter what the subjective truth of other people is. That's the only way of solving this contradiction.
Well, why not compare it to, say, cis women out there who, don't feel pretty? That say maybe they have a mannish jaw or they have acne or whatever. I think it's comparable to that. Like the trans women see themselves as women, but they say they wish to be more feminine.
No, but this is what I mean. Like, it's how to explain. That's an interesting opinion, I guess. But like, it's not the same thing, because when a trans person says my jaw is too masculine, they implicitly mean I have the body of a man. They don't say I'm not pretty. They say I don't have the body of a man. Because in their fantasy, this is basically the idea. The fantasy of a woman is the one of a pretty one. So they don't really want to become a woman. They want to become their specific idea of what a woman should be. This is the problem, because you can never attain an idea. You can
that
only
sounds like AGP.
No, this is not AGP. Literally, every single trans person do this. You might. This is basically the worst scope I've seen. Is like, I'm okay being an ugly woman, but that's not the truth, because once they achieve that, they will say the same thing. So for me, like with my system, ideas are like asymptotes in mathematics. So you get so close to your idea of what a woman is, but you never get actually to the point where you're actually a woman. Like, your idea and your version of the truth are different. So this is what causes the dysphoria. Is like, the more you chase it, the less you will be that, because it's like an asymptote in mathematics. So you need to give up the idea altogether. It's not going to work. For me, you need to give up the idea. It's the same for like cis women.
Right, but so what if you have basically like, if someone who just looks like me, like a balding man with a beard, and I just say genuinely believe that I'm a woman, it doesn't really matter to me what other people think, then from my perspective, am I now a woman?
Yeah, I would have no way to prove you're wrong.
Right, but isn't that a case with some trans women? So if Moni just says, I don't really care what people think, I'm a woman, but I don't care what people think, then from your perspective, is she a woman?
Yeah. For me, the contradiction would be resolved, because that is if you actually truly believe it, which is actually quite rare. But if you were to believe it,
okay, but so say this way. So you're a subjective idealist. What if Moni doesn't see a contradiction in what you're saying, and from her perspective, in her reality, there is no contradiction?
Well, if that's the truth, if that's the case, why does she feel dysphoria?
She doesn't anymore.
Well, if she doesn't anymore, that means the contradiction is resolved as of now. So
that's what some trans people would say.
Well, if that's their truth, I have no way to prove them wrong. So, but I believe in the vast majority, the most of them are not stating the truth, which is my point.
So let's put it this. I don't want to segue onto a massive different topic, but I just want to pick you up on one point on like subjective idealism. I'm not too familiar. Would you say mathematics? How does it fit into your plan here? So if I say, for example, I don't think the square of a hypotenuse is equal to the sum of the square of the other two sides, I don't think that's true.
Well, so you could argue that at a certain angle, or like a certain point of view, or like if you cannot see the sheet of paper that represents like the square, or any of this shit, or if the square is badly drawn, or whatever thing you might come up with, you might say it's not the truth at that specific point in time. Which is the same if I take, for example, a chair, and I say this chair is brown. Objectively, this chair is brown, but it's not the truth, because if you put it under a certain light, or if you feel the chair and you might feel irregularities, or like it's really subjective idealism is like a matter of perspective. It's like we have this idea of a square, okay, but at certain angles, and here's a simple example. If you were if you had a square in front of you and you close your eyes, does the square still exist? And to a subjective idealist, they might say no, it doesn't exist anymore because I cannot see it and I cannot prove it actually fits my idea of a square. So it's basically goes like
that's
that.
where object permanence comes in.
Yeah, but it's
But
an
is it
interesting
possible
point
to
of
be
view.
an objective idealist?
Yeah,
Like, for
yeah.
example, if we have all of these things about what a square is, what a chair is, what a woman, what a trans person is, say if they're just like but we have subjective perspectives, on them, but there is actually an objective ideal for all of these things.
That's the thing. That's called objective realism. It's objective realism states that what we perceive is not actually the like a real object, but there's such a thing as a real object, and you have to basically how to explain that? You have to basically say where it comes from, which is basically the problem with objective idealism. Where do these ideas come from? Does it come from a clash of neurons that are true in like some other plane? Does it come from God? Like this is basically the problem. But it's an interesting topic. Basically the problem is that you cannot prove either one. So
Well, I think it's quite obvious that it does make a sound. A thing.
What?
If a tree falls in the woods and there's no one to hear it, does it make a sound?
Oh yeah, it's
That
basically the
square
same thing.
still exists.
Yeah, it's basically the same thing. It's basically basically what they do is they call it the philosophy of chairs and tables. So everything about that subject is you use chairs and tables to prove your points. So you say and so like from an objective ideal or like an existentialist or whatever, they might say, well, we can define these ideals as objective if we can agree on a set of functions instead of like properties. So for example, let's say a chair is you use a chair to sit on it, okay? But what if I use a chair as a weapon? Is it still a chair? That's the problem with that point of view. And so it's maddening. There's no answer to this.
Unless, of course, God actually exists and is actually observing everything at the same time, in which case everything is objective as it is observed by God, and our ability to be correct is measured by our subjective ability to view things and believe what God believes.
Yeah, but this is basically like one part of objective idealist. Weirdly enough, a lot of objective idealists happen to believe in God, which
it makes sense that they would believe in God.
They believe there must be some kind of force in this universe that dictated a chair is this, and nothing else.
Is objective realism actually a thing, or idealism actually a thing, or have you just made it up?
No, it's actually a thing. It's like literally one of the first thing you will learn in philosophy. And it's one of the hardest subjects in philosophy because it's literally, if you think too hard about this, you will lose your mind because it makes no sense.
I think this is kind of what people mean when they say you need to believe in God, or it's actually difficult to kind of prove that anything is really true.
Yeah, but this is basically what's interesting about philosophy is when you do a deep dive into this subject, you realize that philosophy is not supposed to be rational. It's supposed to be a clash of personalities. So it's less about like saying this is the truth. It's more about saying this is how I am in my life. And so like one might argue that they read philosophy not to basically understand reality. They understand it. They read it because they want to learn about people. And it's more like personalities, like understanding how someone thinks about the world. So for example, a stoic might be someone that doesn't feel a lot of emotions, or like an absurdist is someone that laughs a lot at some shit. A skeptic is like someone that thinks a lot about like every single minute thing in this universe. And it's less about the truth. It's more like the personality of someone. You learn a lot from someone according to what they believe in, basically.
Well, some would say your philosophy takes reek of first-year Dossism.
First-year Dossism, what is that again?
Dossing means
a dosser is like a lazy person. He's not really bothering.
Oh no, it's not. No, I think this is actually how to explain.
Well, can we have your thoughts on Stirner then?
On Stirner. What did Stirner write again?
Everything's a spook, bro. Nothing's real. Everything's in the air. Ah.
Basically that's the guy that debated against Marx, right? Oh yeah, everything is a spook. Yeah. Yeah.
I think like, I've never read anything by this guy, but I've heard things about him. Is it like George Berkeley was where this idea comes from?
George Berkeley. Yeah, there's also Durkheim, Emil Durkheim that came up with a lot of this. A lot of subjects about idealism. Immanuel Kant as well. It's a subject that every single philosopher talks about eventually because it's basically like how to explain. It's like the most normie philosophy topic, and it happens to be the hardest one.
Do you sorry, I'm sure you probably told me this before, but do you are you actually qualified in philosophy when you went to university?
Me? No, I just read it in my own spare time because I like it.
I see. Well, I mean, pardon me then if I take your opinions on the topic with a pinch of salt. Um, yeah. So let's see.
But yeah, I don't think I'm a Daoist. I
Okay.
just
I was just teasing.
No, I mean I see the fucking dear fucker in chat that's implying I'm a retard. But listen here, motherfucker. Okay, you cannot prove I am wrong, and I cannot prove you're wrong. So I guess we're both losing.
I thought I'd come across really intelligent bringing up Stirner.
No, Stoner's. I mean, at least on 4chan, Stoner's pretty basic.
Yeah.
Either of you ever read the German philosopher Nietzsche? He's one of the few philosophers I actually have read. I haven't read a lot at all.
Nietzsche.
I mean, I've only read Zarathustra, but I'm gonna be honest. I read it twice, and I still only understood maybe 60% of it.
It's not a book that's meant to be understood. But I think his other works are a lot easier. The other one I read was on the genealogy of morals.
Yeah, no, he's basically a nihilist, and nihilism is quite depressing to read.
It's more complicated than nihilism. He thinks that Christianity leads to more nihilism, but he thinks that in order to like work past nihilism, like I see why people think he's a nihilist. It's because they read like the first part of it, but he thinks that's the way humanity is going if we lose God. But he thinks that there's actually a way through this, which is the Übermensch, which is like a kind of rejection of kind of Christian morality, Christian love, and an embracing of life. Like he sort of thinks that the kind of both like Platonism and Christianity are essentially the kind of product of the resentment of slaves and lower classes who were oppressed and want a kind of another world, a kind of different world where there's no pain and everything's perfect. And he thinks this is kind of a life denying philosophy. So instead, he doesn't want like heaven. He wants an Übermensch whose fantasy would be eternal return, where you just live the same life again and again and again. So like that would be like the Übermensch would be the kind of person who, if a demon came to him and said, you have to live your life exactly the same, like 1 trillion times, the Ubermensch would be like, yeah, fuck yes, awesome.
Yeah.
Whereas like
yeah. He has like, as far as I understand it, he has a more egalitarian view of nihilism. It's not true concentrated nihilism, which states there is no meaning at all. He's like, okay, maybe there's no meaning, but we can create meaning.
Yeah,
like,
exactly. Well, it's a bit darker than that. Like this is why a lot of people don't like Nietzsche, because he wasn't a particularly nice guy. But he basically thinks that certain kinds of people can create their own meaning, and certain other people have meaning created for them. Like he's not a philosopher of egalitarianness. He's a philosopher of the great man, the noble man, the aristocrat. He doesn't like the common herd. He thinks that there are men and there are supermen. So like that's where he goes a bit dark.
It doesn't really have to do with like the noble man or the nobleman, but it's more just about the specific.
Oh no! Wait, no! Wait, what am I
He
saying?
ties it into his views on aristocracy and even touches a little bit on race. So he thinks that Christian kind of morality is basically a sort of he calls it slave morality, a kind of a love of a piece of like a condemnation of wealth and power. He thinks this is the product of the resentment of slaves, Whereas, so basically, Nietzsche was a philologist. He was a study of ancient Greek and Roman languages, and he noticed that the morality of the ancient Greeks was quite different to the one of like a post-Christian West of the Christian Europe today. He knows that to be good in ancient Greece was to be strong, was to be powerful, was to be beautiful. Whereas
He's
to be
basically a fascist. He's basically
so
the
a
proto-fascist.
lot of people comment on his politics. He was heavily popular with a lot of Nazis. His sister was a massive Nazi, but kind of doctored and manipulated his work to make it sound a lot more fascist. So he was very unpopular after the war in like the 50s and 60s across the West. Like Bertrand Russell is disgusted by him, but back later on in sort of English-speaking countries, he became more popular because of his ideas were quite interesting, even if they go a bit dark. It's also important to remember that he went kind of quite insane towards the end of his life and started writing madness, like chapters like Why I Write Such Great Books and things like that. Plus, a lot of his work was edited by his sister, who was a massive Nazi.
Yeah, that's the problem. It's just he got a lot of bad rap due to his basically bitch sister. And the problem about the thing is with Nietzsche is that all he basically wanted to do is make sure that humanity could leap beyond its weak, feeble desire of peace and really just go getter. He was like the, I guess to put it in internet terms, he was like the doomer to bloomer, if that makes sense. And he's just like trying to get a go getter, get off your ass, stop praying to God, and just like get out there and get bitches, get money, hard work and stuff.
Yeah,
and
I mean, he wanted some people. He thought that people, well, Ubermensch should live their life as if they had to repeat it like a billion times, rather than live your life as if you have to be judged morally for their crimes. So like that's why one of his other books, I don't know the German title, but it means it's beyond good and evil.
Yeah.
And
Also,
he thinks that there are some people who are beyond good and evil, and that's why he was popular with a lot of Nazis, because they interpreted that as saying, right, so what we're doing, we can justify it because we are beyond good and evil. We are Ubermensch.
Yeah, but that's stupid. But they weren't.
Yeah, they are retarded.
They were still following the state. And they were still following, their wacky decky ideology.
And no, like, didn't Nietzsche have a lot of influence with like Jews or something? I don't remember that.
Yeah, I think
Nietzsche praised the Old Testament. Nietzsche loves the Old Testament. He hates the New Testament, is what he hates.
Yeah,
he explicitly says the Old Testament. He loves Jews. He's really impressed with the Old Testament. He's impressed with the heroes and the war and the violence and the.
It's kind of weird.
It's the New Testament Gospels he fucking hates.
It's kind of weird that like the same guy that loved Jews so much actually created an ideology that led to Nazism.
Yeah, I mean, wasn't like the reason that Nietzsche used to be friends with Wagner, but then when Wagner went off the anti-Semitic deep end, he just distanced himself from him, I believe.
Yeah. Also, it was believed that Nietzsche was fucking Wagner's wife, so.
That's actually pretty based.
Oh yeah. Actually, he was a Zionist.
Awesome.
Wow. Jeez.
Sweet.
Yeah, Nietzsche was a Zionist. Wow.
Was Nietzsche actually Jewish, or was he just like a?
No, he was German, but he claims to be descended from Polish noblemen, but he was German. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I mean, you could be German and Jewish, so. But I did. I was realizing
at that time. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I just noticed I was about to go off into semantics, and I just that's.
I mean, he was a Prussian citizen, but he renounced his Prussian citizenship and went to live in Switzerland for a bit, and then he wrote a lot of his books when he was in Switzerland. Then towards the end of his life, he went completely insane. He was in Turin in northern Italy, and he flew his arms around a horse after he saw the horse being whipped and cried, and he had to be taken home into the care of his sister Elizabeth Forster.
I think this is okay. I think also a big reason why actually Nietzsche is like very well liked by a lot of people right now, especially on 4chan, is because it was actually a fucking like anti-SJW, as far as I understand. It was like feminism is bad, guys.
He was more than that. He was really, really didn't like women. He had massive issues with women.
What didn't he say? Didn't he say something like all women need to be beaten on the regular or some shit?
So it's a bit more complicated. Like in his book, Thus Spake Zarathustra, he again, I can't quote the original German, so I can't get the richness of the text. But it's he's a bit where Zarathustra is giving a lecture on women. So Zarathustra has you've read the book. It's got different chapters of this, on that.
Yeah.
And it's like of old and young women, and he goes on this it's actually really beautifully written, the kind of poetry, and I can kind of see part of what he means. But the last line of it is a bit ugly. He said, "Do not are you going to woman? Do not forget your whip." Is the
Yeah,
last
that's the,
line.
ja, ja. Geh zu den Frauen, vergiss die Peitsche nicht. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, but there's I don't again I don't know what it's like in German, but there were lines that that struck me if I can remember it from Of Old and Young Women. It was
I think he's actually literally the one guy that birthed the sentence. They should go back in the kitchen, if I remember correctly.
one of the things is he says women well something about the iron. I'm going to find the quote now. You can talk. It's about the iron to the magnet. Yeah, it says why does the magnet hate the iron? Because you attract me, but you're not strong enough to draw me unto you. That's why every woman hates weakness, or something like that. I'll find it now.
Jeez.
He looks like a bit of an incel.
He was based.
He was a massive. He was the fucking incel pole philosopher, to be honest.
Yeah,
and he's quite based.
Yeah, he was like a Chad incel, I guess you could say. Like he fucking hated women, but he still got pussy.
Well, he got syphilis, probably from a prostitute.
Yeah, but still, he still got puss.
The whore gave me the clap.
Scheiß Hure! Alle Frauen sind aber scheiße!
Basically, like this is again the proof that, like, because it's quite noble to actually come up with like a sort of virtue and like create the Ubermensch. Like on face value, it's actually quite a noble intent. But see, this is the kind of shit you can spin in 1,000 different directions, and it becomes completely like this completely awful shit. And it's the same with every single philosophy. You can take every single philosophy and like justify the most horrible of acts. Again, like there's a book called Zen of War. I consider Zen to be like one of the most fascinating things of philosophy. It basically states that there's no I, and you must forego all notions of I. You don't matter anymore, and basically that leads to like enlightenment and like true freedom, blah 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 blah. But it was used in like Japan militarism to justify killing other people, and they were like, "Well, you don't truly exist. Your soul don't truly exist." And the other guy doesn't exist either. So what you do is like there's like just a clash of atoms moving a knife into another like set of atoms. There's no problem, and people just killed each other and they felt nothing about it. Basically, he crafted sociopaths to kill other people. This is actually the most maddening thing I've ever read. Zen of War. Please read it. It's like the most maddening book I've ever read.
I will read Zen of War. That is interesting. Yeah, I've managed to find the quote. Whom hateth woman most? Thus spake the iron to the lodestone, it's a magnet. I hate thee most because thou attract me, but art too weak to draw me unto thee. The happiness of man is I will, the happiness of woman is he will. Lo, now the world hath become perfect. Thus thinks every woman when she obeys with all her love. Obey must the woman, and find a depth for her surface. Surface is the woman's soul, a mobile stormy film on shallow water. Man's soul, however, is deep. Its torrent roars in subterranean caves. Woman surmises its force, but understands it not.
Wow, damn.
Yeah, he was a bit of an incel, yeah.
There's something I really find funny about Christians, is that they're going to take like their original sin, okay? Which is basically blaming women for all the troubles in the world. You can take it that way. But and this is so funny. Every single Christian philosopher will do an apologetic so disgusting. Like that fucking thing. Like it makes me laugh every time. Like it's like so many mental gymnastics. I found it hilarious. For example, Jordan Peterson says, "Well, no, it was just saying that women were chaos and that we need chaos in the universe."
Yeah, that's pretty silly. Like, yeah, I think the thing about like every philosopher writes some stuff that is kind of whack and stuff that makes sense, and I think it's important to like accept like nobody's perfect. So of course, like, but I think the people that judge somebody for doing something that is not acceptable today but was acceptable back then are stupid, because like
no, this is why I'm a subjective idealist. When you're a subjective idealist, you can literally accept everything. That you can never truly judge someone, because what if they're true? Like, what if they happen to be true and you're wrong? But you can never prove it. So
That's the point. Like for example, like as I said before, like Otto von Bismarck, I believe, is the best German statesman to have ever existed. But he was still a raving anti-Semite. He wasn't like gas the Jews level of anti-Semite, but he was like the average level of anti-Semite that people were back then.
How
Yeah,
was
like
that
the
covered in
pogroms
that
and shit.
video I watched?
Yeah, just like George Washington was a horrible racist, but he still founded the United States, and so for the Americans, he was a really great guy. So
It's just all a matter of perspective.
yeah, it's what I think it's fair. It's not fair to judge somebody's social beliefs from who lived back then from a modern standpoint.
Yeah,
I mean, I personally believe that there's a lot of people that people would say today who are super woke and super PC, but in 200 years they would have been like lynched or something.
Here's something I understood. Something can both be the best thing that ever happened to mankind and the worst thing that has happened to mankind at the same time. Because I don't know, I could take 1,000 examples of things that are good for someone and horrible for someone else. So I don't know. All ideas in my mind have the potential to either be the best thing to happen to everyone or the worst thing to happen to everyone, because everything is subjective. There's no objective truth in my mind. There's no objective truth. So yeah, with that, when nothing is true, everything is possible in my mind. So
That's kind of like that Assassin's Creed motto.
yeah, but like, okay, like, here's the thing with
Your
video
thought can't
games
be that
stealing.
deep then.
Okay, no, but like, here's the thing. Fuck video games, because they just hijack philosophy to make bucks. Okay, they're like, oh, we're so good writers, and they just come on the keyboards as they write their shitty lines.
Well, not all video games, but I would say most video games.
Yeah,
that
like
tackle
99%, because they will say this kind of shit, and then the next second they will actually contradict themselves.
Yeah, like for example, like stuff like Omori or Undertale. It's just like, oh, look at me, I read the philosophy. But like then there's stuff like Least of the Painful that I think genuinely, at least try to tell a philosophical story without just jerking off.
For example, a good example of philosophy, talking about philosophy is like, Deus Ex. Deus Ex is actually a good entry to not a good entry, but like a good discussion of like philosophy subject about free will. Like, should we forego our own free will if it meant the world peace? That's actually a good question. Should we become a singularity with like a technology if it meant the world could live at peace? And I don't know. I still don't have.
That's an interesting point, because I think that's like two things. Like world peace would be great, but free will is, I think, the greatest thing that mankind has. So
yeah. Also, fuck you, Broly. Fuck you, Broly.
I personally would be willing to give up free, world peace as long as I keep my free will.
Yeah, but is this a world peace if you give up your free will? Like, we consider
No,
free will.
It's not really, because you don't have. Well, I mean, there's two ways of looking at it. Of course, you could look at it in the front sense of, of course, it's world peace because people aren't shooting each other, but we are then lowering ourselves. We're not really human beings if we no longer have free will, and because dogs don't commit wars or war crimes or concentration camps or charges or whatever, but they don't have free will, so thus
but like dogs also like will kill other dogs on sight.
Exactly.
And they will also they will do all these awful things.
Yes, but it's not really awful because it's nature. So that's the question.
Is it really awful? See, this is where it gets interesting for me as a subjective idealist.
For me too, it's interesting because you're like, when do things become nature, and when is a tragedy based off of nature or based off of fury or based off of, when is a tragedy justifiable? When it's no longer explainable by nature. I think.
So can a wrong be right is the question.
Yeah, I think it depends on whether it was.
And this ties back to what I said.
Whether free will was implemented. Shit, this is a really interesting topic.
This is where it ties back. The best thing to happen to the universe can also be the worst thing to happen to the universe. This is where it ties back. It's just a matter of perspective. So yeah. Also, okay, next topic. I love big boobs.
Okay, so
Yeah.
Naomi Osaka, that half black, half Japanese tennis player, she just won her the Australian Open, so she's won 4 out of 4 Grand Slams. Does that mean Japan will become less racist now?
I,
Also,
I refuse to talk about race in Japan because that always ends up people putting American and British and Anglo race beliefs on the Japanese society, which are completely incompatible. So I refuse to talk about race in Japan. I will not talk about this topic with you.
Okay, fine. It's just good to see a black Japanese person.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. None of this matters. It's an American media spook.
Also, yeah, someone is saying he's approaching philosophy like an 18th century Frenchman. Well, I'm kind of French, okay, so it makes sense. But yeah, like I don't know, like I am well aware that Immanuel Kant came up with like a few refutes to like this subjective idealism, blah 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 blah. I know all that. I still need to read all that, but it's at the end of the day, I'll never know. We'll never know the truth. So.
Okay. Well, can anyone think of an original horror monster? Because it seems like quite a lot have already been done. Like there's a lot of tentacle type things out there. A lot of like weak things like Little Girl or Old Vampire Man. What could be original? I've actually got an idea on this. It might seem a bit weird, but
Go give it a try.
okay. So it's actually my idea for a horror film, to be more precise. But right. So you know how black people always get killed in like the stereotype black people always get killed off first in horror films. Well, how about like an Uncle Tom type monster that he's been alive for like 300 years since slavery times, and he's now here to kill all these uppity young black people. Doesn't that seem like a good idea?
I don't know.
Like Uncle Ruckus, but as a horror character.
Yeah, and like like he doesn't even need to be changed that way just because he's creepy because he kills people. Like
Zombies.
I'm not even
never done before. Just rename them walkers or something.
I'm not really. Yeah, yeah, that's a great idea. Undid potato chips.
What?
Get it? Because walkers.
oh well, are the giants from Attack on Titan just zombies then?
Okay.
Yeah, that's the reason I Attack on Titan is shit because it's just zombies, but they're large, guys. They're large. This shit, worthless, unoriginal motherfuckers.
Okay, so if I needed to come up with like a really scary it would be like sort of like a robot that observes. He doesn't do anything. He just observes you like with like a singular, like a sort of like mechanical eye from the sky. Like you can never escape him. So it's basically like God becomes horror. But yeah, like
that's also a really good idea.
What does it do though?
Nothing. That's the scary.
No, but that's the scary part. It just observes you and makes you feel awful.
He just might do something.
Yeah.
But the thing is, no matter what happens, you know that somebody's watching. Every time you commit some kind of fucked up shit, you think nobody's watching. That big eye is. Oh my god, that is so cool, man! I gotta steal all these ideas and make big bucks.
No, okay. Here's the thing: if you ever like some ideas about what to do as a horror movie, you look at primal human fears.
Yeah.
And like one of the most primal fears is like fear of God, fear of death, fear. I don't know. This is how Alien was born. It's like some guy was scared of vaginas. He was like, I can make a movie out of this. That's literally what it was about. No, literally. Like,
my idea for, let's see, what's a good idea? Huh. You think.
A color is a good way to start, or our way to start.
What about us? How about this? You have a person that is extremely lucky. They win the lottery. They win they just got really good stuff. They're just naturally lucky, right?
Mm-hmm.
What if suddenly something completely irrelevant happens? Say, I don't know, a tiny little pebble like bounce out. They accidentally step on a bug or something, or they accidentally like slip and like knee a homeless man in the crotch, or they do something through no fault of their own, negatively affect somebody or something, and then their life just goes completely down the tubes. So what about like you make karma as like a horror concept,
Karma as a horror concept. What would I
and
do
like
as karma? Yeah.
and so and you like have like these things and this person that goes from the very top of society to the very rock bottom, and then they lash out because of their frustration. They start screaming, they start drinking, they start beating the children, and it keeps getting worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. They keep digging themselves deeper because they don't make the connection.
Okay, here's my take on this idea. It's a shadow. Okay, keep with me on this.
Yes.
Whenever you commit an act, the shadow enacts every single consequences your action had. But like it can be the most irrelevant shit. You can buy some shoes and you will see the shadow of children being beaten up and screaming because they're the ones that made the shoes. And so you paid for that thing to happen. So you would never actually sleep. You would just see every single consequences you have ever done in front of you manifested by the shadow.
Oh, that would be fucking horrible.
Yeah, that sounds
It,
quite distressing.
yeah, but I think that's a funny idea for a horror movie.
That's a great idea, man.
I don't know
know.
if you can make a film out of it, but it's a good, more of a TV show and like Black Mirror type deal. Because I don't see
Yeah.
it being resolved.
I
Well,
don't know.
I think
I
the
tend to come
greatest.
up with good ideas. I don't know.
I'd say the greatest horror movies and the greatest horror concept don't get resolved. It's just the people learn how to survive in these horrible, like the greatest pieces of horror aren't something you can overcome. You can't stop them. They're unavoidable. The only way you could manage to do it is survive by, somehow avoiding it as long as you can until you can no longer avoid it. It's like stuff like the SCPs or Slenderman, or not. That's a bad example for like good horror, but like Invasion of the Body Snatchers. You can't beat it. You can't fight it. You just need to learn how to sort of survive long enough that you die of old age.
Oh, here comes a good idea. Okay, good idea from chat. A rare condition where you can't ever get drunk again. Okay, here's an even fucked up idea. Okay, so our brains actually protect us from ourselves. So whenever you cope, whenever you have a, for example, imagine you have sexual trauma. Okay.
Yes.
So what happens when you have sexual trauma? Your brain protects you. So, for example, it blacks out that memory, or it develops a sort of like fucked up fetish. Okay, so what if there was a monster or like a machine that removed that concept out of your brain? Your brain cannot protect itself from your own things. You cannot cope with it, and so you just die. You just die because you cannot like protect yourself from all these horrible feelings. So you just fry your brain, like literally. That would be so fucked up. Like,
dude,
it makes me so scary, dude.
that's fucking scared, man.
Okay.
I mean,
some good ideas there. When do we think that coronavirus will stop having an impact on our daily lives? I think after the news about the Russian bird flu virus.
Dude, I don't know.
I
It's
don't
gonna
see
stop eventually in June. So
I think by the end of this year the shit should be open up again.
end of the year. That's quite a long time. Yeah, because
I don't think financially our economy will really be able to hold on for much longer. Like we're already in so much ridiculous debt. Like it can't really. There's just going to come a point, like because we're already rolling out the vaccine like quite fast in the UK. Like so, like once all the people over 70 have got it, you might as well just open up everything.
yeah,
I'd hope
it's
that
going to be a high enough rate. I think the rate in Belgium is like 75% of people who cannot develop coronavirus anymore.
I think it's different in Germany, because Germany we have a bit more time because we have the German government is artistically good at saving money.
Yeah, open the pubs. Open the pubs. Allow me to get drunk.
I think Germany is more likely to like take its sweet ass time, which of course sucks for me on like a personal level, but like in the big scale, I'm happy for like it's better that than we dig ourselves deeper. But I would definitely like, of course, realistically, I think it's going to be the end of the year, but I'd hope it be by May or June or July because I really, man, I want to just go out there, I want to crush some fucking puss. I want to go dancing. I want to play some. I want to, there's two things I want to do. What are the two things you guys want to do after this whole thing goes?
Go to the Netherlands and get fucking high. That's what I want to do.
Go to
What-
Birmingham and start my job there in England.
Okay. What about you, Moni? The other guys, two things.
Okay. Well, okay. I cannot say travel because I already said that. I've never been a party person, but I generally want to go to a pub, like just for the sake of it, just to celebrate.
Yeah.
Well, I'd like to do the stuff that I know, the type of thing I normally do, which is go visit a friend in another city and go to the local museum. I just
Wow,
want
you go to
go
the museum. You're such a
Let-
nerd.
Bless your heart.
Well, I
go to the
love going to
museum,
museums. I've probably been to about like over 10 in the country now.
I mean, me too. I like going to museums and art galleries as well, but it's not the first thing I'd want to do. The first two things I want to do. First thing, I want to go dancing. I want to get shit faced, have a couple one night stands, go dancing, go clubbing, just go nuts, and then I want to go out and play some fucking Warhammer. Because I've been painting my whole fucking army over the course of this pandemic. I got a whole
yes.
I would play some fucking Warhammer with some people.
But aren't you going to be expecting that there are going to be loads of people there? Are you sure that's what you want? Because,
Yeah, sure.
you might
I've
not
been
even be
waiting.
able to get a game in because it's so packed.
I don't mind. I'll just go to like the village. There's like multiple gaming clubs, not in my city, but like in surrounding villages. There's gotta be somewhere. Somebody's gonna want to play some against some firstborn Black Templars, and
My problem is there are too many. Like even in the small village, there might be like 10 odd people, and there's only
nah,
like 3 tables.
nah. There's like I don't know how it's like. Okay, Britain is different because Britain, like you guys love tabletop mini games,
Yeah,
but
there are a few stores in Manchester.
in Germany, there's just like per city, there's maybe like 10 people at most. So and we can always just play like no homo but three ways like on a table, like you have like 3 people playing against each other. So but it's that and just getting shit faced and going clubbing because I love going dancing, man.
I never liked that, but the simple fact it was forbidden just makes me want to actually.
Yeah.
Specifically, do you prefer clubbing specifically at gay bars, or do you go to like normal?
Normal.
Yeah. I'm asking. I'm
Yeah,
asking
no,
Schubert.
I'd say I'm okay with whatever because Germany, at least like in the places where I've been, doesn't really have any direct gay bars. It's mostly just like the best you usually get is like once a month they may have a gay night or something, but there aren't really any. But I would definitely like. I'm not really like the stereotypical like phagmosexual kind of gay guy. At least I don't think I am. But I would definitely like to try it out one of these times. Just go ham. But I'm more partially into the regular stuff.
Yeah, what I like, I prefer like calm places. Like I really like enjoying the atmosphere of a bar. Like just taking a shot, just feeling the ambience. And I always have the most interesting conversations in bars. Like you have all sorts of people who come in bars, and they will just randomly talk to you about like some shit that doesn't matter. Like the last time I went to a bar, there was this fat guy, and he was like basically crying in this thing because he said his lover, he was gay. His lover left him at the airport, and basically for 2 hours I listened to him, and like I don't know, it's the kind of shit that happens in calm bars. You just find out people who just talk about random shit. This is what I find the most interesting about bars. Yeah, it's not so much about getting shit faced, the alcohol, shagging some sort of like skank who has daddy issues. No, for me, it's literally like getting to know people.
I understand where you come, but maybe it's different because in Germany it's not really socially acceptable to talk to strangers. We're kind of autistic in that regard, so usually you have to go to somewhere with your friends, and then you talk to your friends the whole time. So I don't really like bars that much. I'm more into the dancing because then you can just like dance and like party and like have fun, and like dancing is the only way you can really socially acceptable like talk to people. You can like bump up each other, like do a bit of grinding on somebody's crotch, and then that's the only really that's one of the
Yo.
that's
But
that's the only really way you can like get like weird sex in Germany.
yeah, Moni, don't talk to this Brody guy. He's like my friend. I guess ex-friend now. But no, just kidding. But
Yeah,
yeah,
I think he's just trying to roast you. Yeah.
yeah, no, he's my friend. He's a good friend of mine.
Does he want to come on the show? If like Broly, like if you want to like
Yeah, you should come on the show.
yeah, oh, yeah,
He's a fun guy.
yeah, he can add me. I gotta go take a quick piss. I'll grab a piece of pizza and another
He-
bottle of beer, but I'll be
He probably won't accept, but
Do you have a
yeah, but
drinking problem?
well, I am German. No, but seriously, I'll be right back in about 3 to 5 minutes.
Yeah,
so
sure, whatever. Take your time.
get your anti-Semitic jokes out while I'm gone. Nah, just so see you then.
Do you think it's gone?
So,
Do you think it's safe? So, do we, so I did ask this last time, but I think Hubert was, kind of ruled it, kind of nixed it. But, regarding, colonialism, since you're, partly Moroccan, maybe you feel quite strongly about this. Do you feel like what the colonial powers did was comparable to what the Nazis did?
Interesting. So, in what sense?
The like how the Nazi Germany took over, annexed Poland. That's kind of similar to how, say,
Okay.
France colonized Morocco.
I think what Moni is asking you is are countries like France and Britain, are they did what they do to the countries they colonized? Is that as bad as what the Nazis did? I think that's what Moni is approaching. Is that right, Moni?
Yeah, I was gonna like do it step by step and then go on. Well, the Bengal famine and the Holocaust are similar in some ways.
No, but like I don't know. It's kind of a hard subject. Like this is too vast of a subject. You need to precise what you especially mean. If you're talking about the annexing of Poland, well, I'd say it's quote unquote as bad as like what Belgium did to Congo, for example, in the sense that they imposed their culture on Congo and forced them to abide to their culture. So
yeah, the Belgian colonialism was uniquely evil. It was like the worst kind of colonialism the country's ever really done. It was kind of Auschwitzian Holocaust like. You mentioned the Bengal famine, Moni. The Bengal famine was caused because during World War II, the Japanese blockaded the sea between Burma and Bengal. Burma used to send a lot of food to Bengal. It was all part of the British colony at that time. Then there was also a typhoon the year before, which meant a lot of grain stocks had died off. So there was a massive famine in Bengal, and the accusation made against Winston Churchill is that because he was racist, he agreed to send food from Australia to Greece instead of Bengal. This is misleading because there's actually a letter from Winston Churchill that specifically begs the US president for food aid to be sent to Bengal. He said, like, quote, "I am very concerned about the situation in Bengal. Hundreds of thousands have died already. Grain needs to be sent there immediately." That's what he said. So yes, about 4 million Bengalis may have starved during the Bengal famine, but it wasn't a deliberate attempt to starve them. It was a combination of a Japanese blockade, a typhoon, and poor management on behalf of the British, partly. But it wasn't a deliberate attempt to exterminate them.
But like this is what I was talking about like last week. Is that well, the colonialism of like Germans was actually not that bad, aside from like the SS part. As I said, like my grandmother, she used to say, the good guys in their view all that time were the Germans because they were nice to kids. They just gave them some chocolate. There was nothing wrong. But like, I don't know. Like, I don't know. It's really subjective, I guess. I mean, obviously the Holocaust is like the worst thing that has happened out of all this shit. But
from Eastern Europe.
You're
specifically talking about colonialism. So I don't know.
We're just saying whether or not Britain and France, what we did to the countries we colonized, was as bad as what Nazi Germany did.
No, I actually think. I actually think Nazi Germany was actually lighter in some aspects. You might disagree, but I think there's some lighter elements.
I think it's the difference between the intent. I mean, with the colonialism, the intent was to get people to do, slavery and to get, take land. That's not really stripping people of the right to live. It's stripping people of the right to live freely, but it's still like granting them the decency to live.
It's still
The Holocaust
the idea of the Ubermensch, like
Yeah,
basically.
but it was
you state your culture is superior to another culture, so you impose.
yes,
your
but
culture
it's
on them.
not saying that these people are so lower than me that they do not even have the right to live.
Yeah, sort of a difference between a sort of Churchillian racism and a sort of Hitlerian racism. So,
Yeah.
like, Churchillian racism was a sort of what we call white man's burden, which is that, oh, yes, we are so civilized and so intelligent that we have a right to civilize these poor brown natives because we're so good and so Christian that it's actually a good thing for them that we colonize them because we give our wonderful culture to them, and obviously we have every right to take their that's like white man's burden kind of racism, which is offensive and wrong, but like
of course.
Himmlerian racism is more like we need to expand the Aryan race, so we need to just like wipe out most of Eastern Europe so we can plant like Aryan settlers in all these new villages for Lebensraum. It's a bit of a different thing.
Ask any person living under the, either or what would you rather live in? Okay, oh shit, I got people who conquered me, so now I have to, live like a slave. Versus, oh shit, I got people who conquered me. Now I'm probably gonna die in the next 36 hours in a really painful way.
I would argue that what Japan did to the eastern part of the world was far worse than anything Nazi Germany did with like their colonies.
Yeah, in fact, actually, because we colonized Burma, during when the Japanese invaded Burma, the Burmese initially joined the Japanese side to overthrow the British, and then mid-war they switched sides and joined the British again because they found out the Japanese were much worse and were raping people.
That's the rape of Nanking, basically.
Yeah.
What they did to like a lot of places, like, there was a lot of weird sex in the Japanese army. Like, I read about like Korean comfort women, like these like forced sex slaves in Korean women were just like, because they've been raped so many times they had sexual diseases, so the Japanese soldiers would literally take like hot metal sticks to the woman's private parts.
They would literally lodge,
and rape them again so that they would sterilize her vagina and then rape her again.
Why did you mention? I'm trying to eat here, man. What the fuck? Oh,
no. Okay, so basically,
what the Japanese did,
if you were to Google rape of Nanking, the most prevalent photo you would see is literally pictures of women having a stick up their vagina. Literally.
And I'm just trying to drink. I'm fucking drinking Japanese beer here, man. What the fuck?
What's the name of the beer?
Asahi Dry.
Oh, are you sure that's Japanese?
Yeah, Asahi Dry is Japanese. Yes.
You're drinking rapist beer, man.
That's
the Burmese realized that we weren't as bad as the Japanese. We were like stealing their land and their money, but we weren't actually like raping their families.
You basically took all their shit, but like you like say, okay, you can have enough to eat, and you can have that shack, but that's still a shack, and we're not going to rape your wife except like every once in a while, but not like all the time.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like, there's probably like a little bit of raping going on, but like no more than like the average.
I think like comparative, the thought system the Japanese had going on during the Second War was, despite the less killing, despite the Holocaust, was far more sinister than whatever fucking shit Hitler came up with. Because the difference is that at some point Hitler was the only one believing his own system because everyone thought he was retarded. He was basically like commending attacks that would literally like 100 men against 1,000. Like, and the generals were like, "No, we're not sending these people to die. That's so retarded." And like Hitler would be saying, "But no, what are you doing?" Blah 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 blah. So he would be the only one believing in this shit. But that's where the Japanese differ. Like, the Japanese, from start to finish, believed in their own thing. So much so they said, we prefer to die rather than concede. Like, this is so insane to me. This is pure insanity. It took 2 fucking nukes to get them to concede.
Yeah.
Like,
so would you say the Japanese in their current form are better or worse overall, not just like in viciousness, compared to how they were back during World War II?
Well, I mean, of course, but like this is why like the Japan has developed this culture of cute. Like one American would wonder, why is this country allowing cute shit and blah blah, and like taking
Would you rather have that or people like dipping some poor guy's ice in frozen water and they're like chopping them off?
Yeah, no, but this is why actually is because the terribleness of like the two nukes were so bad that people needed a sort of like escape, and this escape became the culture of cute. This is why cute is considered an ultimate virtue in women, and why cute is accepted in their society is because specifically because of these two nukes. And this explains a lot. This explains
That's an interesting theory.
Your Broly friend made a funny little post. Imagine if the average hikikomori in Japan had power over POWs.
Oh fuck! Oh, that probably actually explains. That actually probably explains Unit 731 to the T.
Yeah.
Well, imagine like there's some fucking. You're sitting there like 1930s, 1920s Japan. You ain't getting no pussy. You know, Hikiko doesn't want your crusty ass. And then and then you just go out there and like all these Chinese people will do whatever the fuck I say just because I'm Japanese. Then of course you have like the superiority. Yeah, it's sick how like the people who are powerless, give them an ounce of power and they will abuse it for everything they have.
Oh, yeah,
because
yeah.
they're not used to handling it.
Okay, what's the subjective ideas perspective on Japanese culture? I think Japan, from my point of view, has a lot of problems, but these problems are nothing compared to the problems of 100 years ago. Like Jesus Christ. So yeah, I'd rather take a society that is shunning weakness from men rather than a society where everyone is asked to forego their own identity in order to fulfill this great idea of Japan and kill people because it like doesn't matter on a metaphysical level.
I think
I don't know.
the problem with the biggest problem with Imperial Japan was, and actually I think the only problem that also caused, of course, these problems is like a domino effect, is that I think the general Western idea of heroism is to be willing to die for a cause, right?
Yeah.
That Japan took that as well as you have to be both willing to die for a cause and kill for a cause.
And you also have to forego your own identity in order to do
I know,
so.
and that's the problem, because dying for a cause, I don't know if you're familiar with this author, but these days he's pretty normie on 4chan, but Yukio Mishima.
Yeah.
I'd say he's the best example of moderate, glorious Japanese imperialism. Like Japanese imperialism, but let's not be retarded about it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's in my opinion. Like he has this death worship, but he understands that, you know, it's self-death worship. It's not the death and destruction of the other. It's the destruction of the self that should be appreciated.
Yeah.
And I think you know, he's like the I think if Japan had more people like him back in that day, that the entire culture would be a lot better.
I don't know. Yeah, I kind of relate to that in a way, by the way. Like, well, a lot of my spiritual thoughts are leading to this, like the death of the self, and
I think
just killing the self to make it reborn better, basically. But yeah,
I just think it's important for society to also like not to fear death, but to embrace it. However, only embrace it on the self. You should not be willing to kill to serve your ideas, but you should be willing to die to serve your ideas.
Yeah, like Confucius. It comes from Confucius and like Chinese philosophy.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
No, but like it says like respect the dead. Don't long for the dead, but like respect the dead.
Yes, and understand like there may be a day when you have to die to fulfill your mission, but you should not actively search for that day. You should accept it when it comes, but don't go around, you know, waiting for
and like causing destruction.
Yeah. Basically. Yes. If you live a virtuous life and you are not willing to back down in the face of evil, then your glorious death will come. But do not waste your life on a thing that you could have fixed.
It's basically like a bee. It's like, yes, you have a dart, but that doesn't mean you should use it to die. Basically.
Yeah.
Unless it's like 1000% necessary. Like.
Yeah.
So yeah, interesting discussion.
Well, so Uber drivers, do you think it's right that they're self-employed, or do you think the UK has made the right decision in our country, at least, to say that they are officially employees and Uber has to give them all minimum wage and holidays? So regular taxi drivers usually are just self-employed and they make what they make.
Well, it certainly goes into a more communist idea that we should decommodify everything. So I don't know. It depends if that's a good thing for you. You're probably a communist. If that's a bad thing for you, you're pro market. So I
Well,
don't know.
I
I
think
tend to
I don't
be.
think it's a capitalist socialist argument here. I think it's just ethically one thing is right and one thing is wrong.
But I mean, it's not a matter of right or wrong. It's like whether you believe that we should encourage the market or whether we should encourage to commodify everything so we can like regulate the state and like basically like make sure everyone whatever they're doing can live as long as it contributes to society. So yeah.
Why I don't think that I personally am I'd say myself I'm definitely a capitalist, but I do believe that there should be regulation in certain realms. But
So
oh
you believe in regulating capitalism then?
yes, I'd say I'm a very bog standard, you know, German center of the road social capitalist. I guess you could. It's like soziale Marktwirtschaft is it's a very German phenomenon. It's social market economy. It's like this smack down in the middle, like the minimum.
Liberalism.
Excuse me.
Order liberalism.
I don't
What
know
it's
that.
called? Order liberalism.
I have genuinely never heard that term in my life. Let me Google it. Ordo liberalism. It's German variant. Let me see what the German term for it is. It's Ordo liberalismus. Oh yeah, okay. So the practical implementation in Germany's social market economy. Yeah, okay, then that's what it is. Yes.
Okay, cool.
But yeah, I mean, as a socialist, I basically am for the decommodification of like such a service because yeah, it reduces inequalities, blah blah blah.
Like I personally believe about like in the Uber situation, I think the best way to solve it is let them do whatever they want. However, if the people realize, okay, Uber is clearly screwing me over, then or how about this? Let Uber do whatever they want, and make sure that the German, ratified, unionized taxi services get maybe some subventions that they can, pay the workers
Sorry,
for.
what was that word? Savanges.
Subventions, subsidies. Pardon me, subsidies. Pardon me. I keep mixing Subventionen, which is the German word, with the English word subsidy.
In French, the worst is I understood what you meant because I said subvention. In French, you say subvention. So
okay. Subsidize the German taxi market. That way, people realize, okay, Uber is shit. They don't pay me enough.
Oh,
the tax.
This is a thing that already exists for farmers and the EU.
Yeah, it's because it's a great concept.
Yeah, but the farmers still get fucked up so hard by
But
everything.
it's better than not helping them at all. It's basically it's the approach of like don't screw over the free market, but like give the state businesses quote like steroids, so they're not you don't screw over the free market, the free market option, but you boost the state option so that the free market option just has to boost itself to even remain competitive.
Yeah, but for me, I'm more of a pessimist. For me, what you're basically proposing is taking shit and dressing it like a cake, and like you say, it looks like a cake, we can eat it.
Well, that it's not really taking a shit and dressing like it's taking a shit, removing the foul smell, removing the part that's not digestible, synthesizing cake batter from the shit. So it's like purifying water from piss. Like yes, it's technically piss, but it's still hydrates you like water. It tastes like water. It doesn't smell like piss. It doesn't have the ammonia.
At the end of the day, it's probably better for you than bottled water.
Exactly.
I don't know. I'm not
and it's cheaper too.
I'm not an outright communist, but like I'm the kind of socialist that starts to believe that capitalism is fucked, and we kind of need to remove the concept altogether.
I'd say
Like-
that's the biggest difference. I don't believe capitalism is fucked. I believe capitalism is fucked as well, but I believe the concept itself works with a certain level of restrictions on it.
Oh, I think the concept is great. It actually created so many things, so many things in our world, and accelerated like technology. But I think it doesn't solve like much more pressing problems like ecology. Capitalism and ecology are not things that go together. We are fucked if we.
That is true. That is true.
We are completely fucked if we do this.
That's the reason that's the reason you have to have the regulations.
Yeah, but I don't
sort
know.
of like the military or kind of like nuclear weapons. Like in and of themselves, it's not a great thing to have weapons that can kill everyone. But at the same time, it leaves us if we're very weak and vulnerable if we don't. Like if we kind of give up on capitalism, it makes us unable to kind of develop kind of efficient market mechanisms that can compete with other countries. We become a bit weaker, and so no one's willing to give it up.
And that's exactly what led to the Cold War. So yeah, fun concept. That's exactly that line of reasoning that led to the Cold War. So I don't know if I actually like that.
Huh.
Because like I don't know, I still believe like the way things are right now, we are running to a catastrophe, like on a global level. And since I'm a socialist, I'm a globalist. That means I don't think of my nation. I think of the world. So, like for me, it's impossible to actually conserve capitalism if you care about the world, because what might be great for the rise of a country. So, what might be great for the rise of a country might be a complete disaster for another part of the world. And from a globalist perspective, that is unacceptable.
Well, that's a given. I mean, the way the world works is that by giving somebody something, you're taking it automatically away from somebody else. That's why
that's capitalism in a nutshell.
Yeah, but that's also human nature in general. I mean, if you go and hunt a deer and throw it on the fire, and the deer had a baby, then of course that deer is gonna be like losing its mom, and then she's gonna be like fucking dead because she's gonna be eaten by a wolf. But if the wolf doesn't kill the deer, the wolf can't feed its kids. So capitalism, in my opinion, is just an extension of the natural order of things.
Yeah, I saw deer. The world is already running into a catastrophe. I agree. This is why, despite me being a socialist, I'm actually okay with anything that's going to happen. I'm a fatalist. I believe I am completely powerless to change the world. So whatever happens, I believe that whatever happens, is going to lead to the truth, even if it means or complete annihilation. Like eventually, I'm okay with that possibility.
I agree with that as well. I also believe that I personally I don't understand why people would deny climate change, but I'm not going to do anything about it. I personally believe I want to accelerate it. I want to get this shit done with. I want to see within my lifetime the world going so down the fucking tubes that I can witness the beginning of a new level of like a micro evolution of mankind. Whether we move to the stars, whether the fucking world explodes, whether humanity dies out. I want to maybe I'm just being a selfish prick, but I want to witness some of that or the beginnings of it.
I don't think it is being selfish. I think it's just being fatalistic. And just accepting...
Sorry, I interrupted you. Continue.
No, it's okay. I mean, from my perspective, it's not really like selfish. I mean, you could argue it's selfish insofar that it's to preserve my own sanity. Because if you were to start believing in the world where you can change the world, you would constantly realize that you cannot change the world. And so that is a contradiction that's going to make you feel awful for the rest of your life. So I have two choices. Either I believe that everything I do is changing the world and it doesn't matter, or I can believe that nothing I do matters, and that if things change as a result of what I do or what I say, it's complete coincidence. So it's a complete coincidence. It was not me that changed the world. The world changed itself, if that makes sense. Again, subjective idealism. It fits into subjective idealism.
Well, you already are seeing things change.
Yeah,
I guess you're not really. Oh, sorry. I was more of a follow-on from what Schubert said, but yeah, go on. Sorry.
Yeah, no, but I don't know. I'm not so much of a doomer, because actually I'm more of a bloomer, if you can consider that. the fact I believe my word is completely useless makes me feel like so peaceful. I don't know how to explain it. But like some people feel dread thinking about like, oh, I cannot change the world. We are going to lose everything. But in my view, I already accepted that everything I have, everything I own is going to disappear eventually. And I'm like, okay, it doesn't matter. So I just feel good. I don't know. Like, no, I don't believe also acting as if nothing you do matter is bad news. I think it's all a matter of opinion. Like, the only dangerous part of like thinking nothing you do matters is like having like a nihilistic, like depressive nihilism about the world. It's like being on your deathbed saying nothing I do matters. But for me, it's not that. It's like, oh, nothing I do matters, so I can do whatever I want. Everything is possible. So, I don't know. I don't know. I guess I'm an idiot.
Completely abandon morality, though, and if enough people embrace that kind of mentality, they'll stop caring about morality and they'll act incredibly selfishly.
I mean, this is a problem with nihilism. It's the problem with nihilism is that you can never be a true nihilist, because there will always be a part of yourself that says, "But that's wrong," and like morals come into play eventually. So you need to supplement like nihilism with another thought system, or you need to forego nihilism completely. And me, I decide like I believe in moral nihilism, which means like I don't believe in morals altogether. I think they're completely useless and they don't do anything. They don't do anything good. It's just rational. You can't even describe it, and you say it comes from God, or it comes from this, or it comes from that. I decide to believe in actions and consequences. Like, what do I do? Like, whenever I have a problem, an ethical problem, I think, okay, what are the actions I can take, and what are the consequences of the actions? And I decide what are the least worst consequences, I guess. So, for example, if I can tell Moni, like in my view, telling Moni that he's a man or she's a woman, there's like no difference morally speaking for me. But I realize that if I take the action of saying he's a man, like she's gonna feel awful about it. So I don't do it because I believe in compassion of all beings. And like I supplement like this moral nihilism with like compassion of all beings. This is the only thing I believe in that is not nihilistic. Compassion of all beings, and this is what really keeps my philosophy relatively sane. So yeah, without compassion of all beings, you go mad and you actually like justify your own acts by saying it doesn't matter. So you just kill. It doesn't matter. So yeah.
That was quite deep for me, but okay. Well, I
No,
think
but
we agree, though.
You're forced to supplement nihilism with something else. This is inevitability of nihilism.
Well, I'm not. I think I grew out of my edgy nihilist phase.
Yeah, but this is a problem with nihilism. It's like it's not true nihilism because you're depressed. So it cannot be true nihilism because nihilism is like nothing matters. There's nothing to be happy about. There's nothing to be sad about. There's no reason to live for, but there's also no reason to die for. So I just happen to be. This is basically what nihilism is. But it's dangerous because then you justify terrible acts that actually like if you were to truly believe in nihilism, you would become a sociopath, basically.
That's my concern when I hear you talk about that. Yeah.
Yeah, but this is why I have compassion of all beings. You're forced to supplement nihilism with something. This is inevitable. Otherwise, you go
Isn't
mad.
there the risk though that you could supplement nihilism with something else, like for example, or we're going to go back to Nazis now, like but obsession with strength, preserving your race or something.
Yeah, but like you could argue like a more sane version of nihilism is like absurdism, because it states that even if there's no meaning, you can construct a meaning that's as meaning to you, and like live a sane life, even if it's not the case, because you don't know if there's no meaning. So yeah, I think absurdism is actually a more sane version of nihilism. It's actually possible to be an absurdist, whereas it's impossible to be a sane nihilist. Impossible.
Okay. So we got another 11 minutes to go. I've kind of run out of scheduled topics, I think. Um, oh well, BlizzCon 2021. Does anyone play any Blizzard games because
I
they
used
had
to
their
play Hearthstone, but it's
I,
shit now.
yeah, I used to play World of Warcraft, but I don't want to play. I don't want to play $13 a month for the shit that they present to me.
Okay, well, got some news for both of you. First off, Hearthstone. So the new
Classic mode.
yeah, well, that wasn't announced at BlizzCon. That was announced before BlizzCon.
You play Hearthstone, don't you? Yeah.
I
they're
used to play, yeah.
they're introducing another
Like
new mode.
Moni still plays it.
Okay, yeah.
They're introducing another new mode on top of that this year. It's going to be like some kind of RPG type thing.
Hearthstone Battle Royale.
An
No, it's
RPG. What?
no. I'm not really sure what it is, but yeah, it's some kind of there's some kind of like little map thing, and you get a treasure at the end, and you fight characters.
Oh, but that's an adventure.
No, it's not
Is
like
it-
an adventure. It's different,
Okay.
apparently.
I research it.
The new expansion's coming out. Oh, and they reveal like a bunch of cards. So I suppose it actually sounds a bit like the standard fare, really.
Mm.
As for World of Warcraft, well, let's check. Although I heard the new expansion was quite crap.
It was it just the thing is that it looked really fucking amazing on paper, but in practice, it's like I fell for the meme. I spent $60 on the deluxe edition. I hate myself for it.
That sounds like an awful lot for the.
Yeah, it's like it's just I regret it. I genuinely regret it. But like I would be up to play on a private server like Wrath of the Lich King or like Mr. Pandaria or some shit. But I don't know. It's just I realized WoW is just not great if you don't have any friends to play it with. And even if you do have friends to play with, it just the biggest problem with WoW is that you just don't get gear. The amount of time you put in it with the stuff you get out of it is just not worth it. It's the time. It just you don't get the gear that you want. You never get the. It's just fucking. It's the dopamine rush. It's a Skinner box.
Yeah. Yeah.
Are they doing a Burning Crusade classic?
Also, Moni is it pronounced Moni or Mon-E?
I
Or-
understand that different people pronounce it differently depending on their accents, so I'm not going to hold anyone to pronouncing it.
Or is it money?
Money,
not
money,
that-
money,
it's not that one.
Hello, money.
money.
Yeah,
It's a hit.
definitely not that one.
Don't get named that bullet.
I always thought that you were called Monique. That's why I always call you Moni.
Yeah,
Money.
Moni is hard to say. I think that's more of an English
Money.
pronunciation.
You would, in French you would say money.
Monique.
Oh, you would say Monique. Yes, that's an
Monique.
actual name.
So in
It actually sounds hotter than English, like Monique. Like Monique. It sounds like some like exotic
It's-
high class hooker. Yeah.
Here's the funny part. In
Just-
Quite
French,
a compliment there. You sound like an exotic high class hooker.
Je suis Monique. J'ai branlé tonne de pénis. Did they say
yeah,
that right?
Yeah, but it's a weird way of saying it.
Monique
yeah.
would actually have a reputation as being a bit of a black name. Here,
Monique.
is it the same in France?
Oh no! In France, if I think of Monique, I would think of like a Karen, basically. I would think of like an older lady that's like fucking annoying and like fucking boring.
Oh, okay, that's interesting.
That's
Yeah,
interesting.
definitely.
The French-speaking Belgians, do they have a like they have a strong relationship with France? Then do they look down on the Dutch-speaking Belgians?
Oh no! It's France that looks down on us. Okay, so basically, the best way to understand it is Belgium is to France what Canada is to the United States. That's basically it.
I think Canada
Can
looks down on the United States, though. Or
Nobody takes. Canada has one good thing. Skullgirls. That's the only good thing that Canada ever brought out.
No, basically, like the United States hates Canada and France hates Belgium, and also Dutch people make jokes about us. I don't know what it is, but people just don't like us. They just think we're funny.
What do you think of Dutch-speaking Belgians?
I don't know. I don't know. They're a bit pretentious, I guess.
Oh yeah, I
You're
heard.
intermingling with each other much. Like, do you speak any Dutch, or is that something that everyone has to learn?
No, I have to learn it.
But you speak it like reasonably well, or
No, I don't. I understand a few words. So if you told me a sentence in Dutch, I would more or less understand it. But yeah, that stops there.
so it's quite like segregated then between the Dutch speakers and the.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's basically weird. Like you could argue that northern Belgium and southern Belgium are not the same country at all.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I think you're probably going to say it, and I don't want to act like I'm just piggybacking what off you said. So I'm just going to mention this quickly. I know a Dutch-speaking Belgian guy from my college, and he says like the Dutch part is like kind of like the has more money and shit, and the French part is like his words, not mine. His words, not mine. He said that the French Belgian part is kind of trashy. So
yeah, that's basically what they believe in. But like, this is a difference: is that northern Belgium tends to vote right and alt-right even, and southern Belgium tends to be more socialist because it's more human. Like you will see a lot more diversity in like the capital. Capital is its own thing. It's not the northern Belgium. Southern
Brussels,
Belgium. Like
right?
Brussels is Brussels. Like it's its own principality with like blah blah blah. But the difference between the two parts is like if you come to the southern part of Belgium, it's more like cosmopolitan. Like there's like different types of people. Like it's more open. Like nobody gives a shit about anyone. Like you could go to a bar and talk to all sorts of people. And in other Belgium, there's sort of like this elitism. Like there's sort of like we don't like to talk to other people. Like, and this is why they are the one that advocated for separatism of Belgium. Is because they want to be their own thing because they believe their social their economic stance on things is better. And like you have to also understand in Belgium there's strong federalism. So like there's provinces in Belgium and they're allowed to enact their own like policies on certain things. And it's really in the recent years that has become a problem. And my father really hates federalism as a result. So there's all of these like components. But Belgium is a fucking weird country, man. I think America like doesn't understand what like true separation means. We are a country that shares like 3 different languages and somehow make it work together.
Wait, what's the third one? German by any
German.
chance?
Yeah, German.
Oh, that was actually just a random guess.
Yeah, like if you go to like Eupen or like Welkenrad, it's like basically all German.
Wow.
They're very little though. Like it's a really small principality, I guess. But
is there any movement in the north to like join with the Netherlands or
no?
German
They actually want to be their own country. It's separatism.
But and do you in the south want to be your own country, or do you want to join France?
No. It's important. It's literally like Belgium is royalty. Like there's like a royalty in Belgium. So it states in the Act of Belgium when we like first made the country that we should never ever separate. And and this is why I'm also for royalty in Belgium is that the sole purpose of the king is to ensure that the country never separates.
Why?
So this
are you happy that way? Wouldn't things just be easier just to be part of France and the Netherlands and such?
I mean, maybe I don't know, but like things have always been this way. I'm open to any possibilities, but I think what makes our country great is that we're weird. We're not supposed to exist.
We're not like the other girls.
No, but like,
that's good.
Do you know how Belgium came to being? Because this is the most. I think this is the most romantic.
Not at all. I don't know anything about Belgian history.
Okay, I know a bit. Like there's like Flanders in the Middle Ages, and then like that's all I know.
No. Okay, so the history of Belgium as a country is very interesting. So it's the most romantic thing ever. Belgians went into an opera and they listened to an opera called La Muette de Portici, and then they were so moved by the words that they took it to the streets and begged for their independence. And the Dutch said, "No, fuck you. We're never gonna give you independence." They went to war, and in 10 days, won the war and won independence. That is
which year
that is
was
the most
this?
romantic.
Or
How do you say that
roughly.
in English? 1831.
I guess I don't know too much about that period, but I guess it's after the Netherlands lost their holdings in the New World. So yeah, I guess I can believe it.
Yeah,
1831. That's interesting, and they just but like they took with it a Dutch-speaking part of the country, if that makes any sense.
yeah, but like it's what basically it makes a lot of like weird sense. It's like they just happen to share all these like micro languages. So for example, like people from the southern part were not actually French. They were speaking a language called le wallon, and it was like a weird perversion of French. It's like Mandarin basically, and it sounds nothing like French. And
I
so
don't think Mandarin sounds very much like French.
that's not
Sorry, I just had to say that. I just had to be that guy.
But yeah, so basically, it's not so much that that part of the country was French. It's that part of the country developed their own language that eventually merged into French because it made less sense to actually talk that language. So it's not that it makes more sense to like join with France. It might make sense on a logical level, but it doesn't make sense on a historical level, is what I mean. And so you would argue, what is the most important part of a country? Is it like like keeping this historical lineage, or is it to like being pragmatic? And I'd argue that historical lineage is actually more important. But then again, I'm a socialist and I'm a globalist, so I'm open to actually like um disregarding all borders altogether.
Talk about
So,
globalism.
yeah,
Damn
I
it!
don't know.
They're globalists.
But so far, I'm happy about Belgium being this weird country. I love my country. It's
I mean,
the weirdest
I think
country.
I think it's good. I mean, it's nice to have a specific national pride about stuff, even though if you know, I like learning.
It's not like French chauvinism that's like we are the best. We are the best. We make the best games. We make the best gastronomy.
I will admit, I gotta say though, the French. Wait, did the French make Rayman? Ubisoft is French, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, then the French do make the best 2D platformers. I will give them that. They do make the two because Rayman is genuinely like fuck Mario, fuck Sonic,
Rayman
fuck
is actually kind of good.
fuck Banjo. Rayman's where it's at.
Yeah, but like I don't know, like it's not that kind of nationalism. It's like a more like relaxed version of like a nationalistic pride, I guess. It's like people are proud of being Belgian, but more as a joke, you know? I don't know if that makes sense. It's not the kind of like nationalism that's rising in America. It's like a very much kind of like, oh, we're just like we just here, pal. Just come here, get a drink with us.
Yeah, I think it's comparable with like modern day Germany because modern day German, like outside like the Nazis and stuff, like the average like normal German is like Germany's awesome. Like why? It's like we kick ass at soccer and we make great beer. Anything else? Oh no, that's what we do.
Yeah, it's even less relaxed than that. We actually don't care about being the best. We just happen to be.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, I need to ask something. So how did Belgium react to losing in the World Cup last year? You were kind of favorites or dark horse?
Oh, we were kind of sad, but see, this is the great part about Belgium is that for a country like the United States of America, like this might be the most devastating thing ever. Like you get so close and you lose, and like all this pride get lost. But for us, it was the best moment of our lives. We were like, yeah, we got to the quarters. Yeah, woo! You know, it's the difference between Belgium and like Belgium is like naively optimistic, I guess. That's how we describe it. It's naive. Belgium is profoundly naive, and that's what I like about Belgium.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you. Just wanted to ask that just because people on SP still troll now and again regarding that.
I mean, the only country that really deserves trolling about sports is Brazil for 7-1.
7-1.
I genuinely don't get that because like Brazil actually has a good team. Like, how did they fuck up that bad? Like, I know like nationalism and memes about superiority aside, you know, Germany's a great team, but we're about like on the same level as Brazil. In theory, how the fuck did we win that hard? Like, it's crazy, man.
Their like captain and best defender was injured.
But still, Brazil in general has great synergy. I mean, it shouldn't maybe like 3-1 if they had like a horrible day, but not 7-1. Like, what happened?
It's basically like psychological. Like it gets to your brain, and you just don't play. You have accepted you have already lost, so you take more goals.
I again, if you didn't want to lose one player, it'd probably be your captain, who also happens to be your best defender. And if you lose a striker, you might not score anything, but losing your, I mean,
But still, it's just like Brazil is like there's like certain teams when it comes to soccer, certain nations that are just like fucking legendary. Like Germany, France, Brazil, uh, lately like even the Netherlands and even at this
no.
point like Ghana is slowly even like climbing up that ladder.
They
Like I
were. I mean, I think their golden generation's gone now. They had a good couple of performances at the previous World Cups, but now they're off the map, I
oh
think.
and Spain as well. Spain as well is like, and then like you don't really have an excuse to like fuck up that hard. Like especially like you know I like to meme on the Americans, but you know they didn't win the cups last couple of cups, but they've been doing good. Like yeah, they arguably only have one good player, the goalie. What was his name?
Howard, Tim Howard or
Yeah,
something.
Tim Howard. He's a world class player, but the
Was.
problem
He's
is,
too old now.
but yeah, but the rest of his team was just meh to dog shit.
They got beaten
But
by Trinidad and Tobago or something and didn't qualify for the last one.
that,
They're a joke now.
that's the funny thing is like you know Tim Howard, amazing fucking player, and then the rest of them are just like meh to shit.
I don't know. I never watched football.
I mean, I'm a pretty casual soccer. The only reason I even watch football lately is because my flatmates they watch a lot of soccer, and so because I sometimes I just don't have anything else to do, so I might as well hang out with them, have a beer, watch soccer, you know, eat a dinner or like kebab, I think it's called there, and like yeah,
I don't know. I mean, for me and a lot of Belgians, football is more about like again this naive nationalistic sentiment. It's like, yeah, we're gonna win, woo! You know, it's not
yeah.
about the sport. It's just about having a good time with people.
For me, it's also like that. But for me, it's like it's genuine, like sitting with your homies and just wanting to watch a good game. Like
Yeah.
yeah, but like
football hooliganism in your country, like proper football hooliganism, people smashing shit up, getting into fights over it.
Oh yeah, but that's basically I don't know who theorized this. I don't remember, but they said that sport games were like the scariest tool of nationalistic parties. It's because this is where all the nationalism concentrates, and so they have been like basically disasters at stadiums because of that, because of nationalism. And this is basically like I don't remember who ever said that, but I found that profoundly true.
We used to be
Yeah,
pretty
that is
famous
true.
in like England, particularly used to be pretty famous for football hooliganism, but it's calmed down a lot, I would say, in the last like 20, 25 years. Like compared to what it was in the 70s, 80s, people were absolute fucking nutters. But like people would like smash each other up, glass each other over rival teams and stuff like that. But
Yeah, it's just because of nationalism. You could argue it's nationalism in effect.
yeah, totally. Like, but I think also like our English football team has got a really bad reputation abroad as being you know, the English football fans as being like kind of dumb and aggressive and drinking too much, pissing in the street, shitting everywhere, and you know, just you know, groping women and so on. I think it's really just the alcohol, I would say.
We all
And what
come
kind
back
of
to
perception do they have of
the
British
alcohol.
people in Belgium?
The British people of Belgium. What Belgium thinks of British people?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
okay. You could literally like it's again very naive. Like we just like people of all comes of life, walks of life. Really, we find like Britain kind of sexy in a way. Like the idea of London, the music pubs. You know, it's
He's
very
having a laugh,
romantic in a
eh,
way.
Billy? He's having a laugh.
I bet he is, yeah.
But yeah, it's kind of like romantic, I guess. Every single person I've talked to is like especially women, they just like the idea of London. So I don't know. I know it's not that case. Like London is a shit fucking city, but
Yeah, like
people still romanticize it.
Well, we've passed midnight here, and I think it's 1 a.m. in both of your countries.
yeah, it's 1:10 over here.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
we good to wrap up, guys?
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, and does anybody know any good quotes? Like
Yeah,
cool quotes?
Send us out on a high.
All right. I'm gonna end the Britfeel radio with this quote. Yeah. Clean your room. The master
Okay.
said,
Oh,
clean your
no,
room.
Clean your
no,
room,
not having any
guys.
Jordan
Base
Peterson.
Jordan.
Okay.
Okay.
Wash your penis. Clean your room and wash your penis.
Right. Well, that's a bit better.
And stick that washed penis into a lobster.
Yep.
A lobster.
Amen.
Fine, fine.
Amen.
That feel when no lobster GF.
Amen.
Yep.
So
And we're out.
good night.
Good night. All right. See you.